What if the shadows lurking at the edges of our reality were not mere figments of imagination, but ancient beings, waiting patiently to be acknowledged? Beneath the vast, sweeping steppes of Mongolia, whispers of unspeakable horrors intertwine with the wind, threading through the tales of a civilization that thrives on the edge of the known and the fantastical. The earth trembles beneath the weight of their stories, legendary creatures with eyes that burn like coals and teeth that glitter with malice. Once, long ago, a young shepherd named Basanjav stumbled upon an ominous cave, its mouth yawning wide like a hungry beast. The villagers had warned him of the place, speaking in hushed tones of the dark spirits that roamed its depths. Yet curiosity pulled him in, an invisible thread leading him toward something he could neither understand nor escape. A chill seeped into the marrow of his bones as he ventured further, the glimmering darkness wrapping around him like a shroud. What would he find in the heart of that abyss? With each step, the air thickened, pregnant with foreboding, as if the very land held its breath. The flickering light from his lantern revealed carvings on the walls, grotesque figures, half-formed and twisted, their faces a mix of agony and ecstasy. They seemed to watch him, eyes following his every move, as if the echoes of their suffering were etched into the stone. In that moment, Basanjav understood. These creatures were not mere monsters confined to folklore, but harbingers of a forgotten age, waiting to awaken. Outside, the world continued unaware, the sun dipping low, casting elongated shadows that danced like specters across the grasslands. But within the cave's depths, a low growl reverberated, sending tremors through the earth. The air crackled with electric anticipation. Something ancient stirred, its slumber disturbed. Basanjav could feel the weight of their hungry gaze upon him, could sense his heart pounding louder, each beat a drum signaling the approach of doom. What horrors had the elders kept buried, and what might be unleashed? The tales of the Ulaanbaatar demons, the vengeful spirits of the slain, and the dreaded Kor, a beast that preyed on the souls of the unwary, all flashed through his mind like a storm. Yet a deeper question gnawed at him. Were these beings bound by their own darkness, or were they reflections of humanity's own fears and desires? As the growl escalated into a roar that shook the very ground beneath him, Basanjav realized he stood at the precipice of more than just a personal discovery. The fabric of his reality trembled, revealing fractured glimpses of a past riddled with blood and sacrifice, legends that could rewrite everything he thought he knew. A choice loomed before him: confront the abyss or flee into the fading light of day. In that breathless moment, as shadows writhed and the cave began to pulse with life, one truth became unbearable. The monsters of Mongolian mythology were not merely stories meant to frighten children. They were a call to face the darkness within, a reminder that some legends refuse to remain buried. In the vast expanse of the Mongolian steppe, as the sun dipped behind the horizon, the wind carried whispers of ancient tales. The sky, painted in hues of orange and purple, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if the very air was alive with the stories of warriors, gods, and mythical creatures. It was here, amidst the rolling hills and endless grasslands, that the seeds of Mongolian mythology began to take root, nurtured by the spirits of the land and the dreams of its people. Long before cities sprang forth from the earth, before written words carved history into stone, the Mongolian tribes roamed the plains, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature. They believed that the mountains held the spirits of their ancestors, that rivers flowed with the tears of the gods, and that the sky was a canvas painted by divine hands. This was a world where every shadow could hide a guardian spirit, and every flicker of firelight told a story. In these early days, the shaman stood as a bridge between the mortal and the divine. Clad in garments adorned with feathers and bones, they danced under the stars, calling upon the spirits for guidance. Their chants echoed across the steppe, resonating with the pulse of the land. The shaman's voice carried tales of creation, of the great eagle soaring through the skies, and of the horse, a noble companion gifted by the gods. As the people gathered around the flickering flames, their hearts raced with anticipation, each word a promise of protection and strength. The legends of Mongolian mythology were shaped not only by the natural world, but also by the trials and victories of its people. Fierce battles against rival tribes painted the backdrop of their existence, each skirmish a clash of wills that echoed through time. From these struggles arose the figure of Genghis Khan, a warrior-turned-legend whose conquests forged an empire. But even he was seen not just as a man, but as a hero woven into the fabric of myth, part of the very essence of Mongolia. His spirit, it was said, roamed the steppe, offering strength to those who sought to unite the tribes under a common banner. As the Mongolian tribes settled into their ways, their stories began to intertwine, each tale a thread in the rich tapestry of their culture. The sun, revered as the giver of life, became a central figure in many myths, illuminating the path for lost souls and guiding them back home. The moon, with its silvery glow, was seen as a nurturing mother, watching over her children with a compassionate gaze. Every celestial body was infused with meaning, a reminder of the connection between the heavens and the earth. As the years flowed like the rivers that crisscross the land, the tales evolved, adapting to the changing times. The arrival of Buddhism in the 13th century introduced new elements into the mythological landscape. Deities from distant lands mingled with local spirits, creating a unique blend that enriched the already vibrant mythology. The bodhisattvas, with their compassion and wisdom, found a place alongside the fierce spirits of the steppe, forming a duality that echoed the complex nature of existence itself. The Mongolian people, resilient and resourceful, continued to draw upon their rich mythology during times of hardship. When the harsh winters gripped the land, tales of the great white wolf, a symbol of survival, provided hope. The wolf was said to guide the lost through the snow, its howls a reminder of the strength within. Each tale was a lifeline, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the spirit of the land was alive, waiting to assist those who believed. In the quiet of a night steeped in starlight, the stories flowed from lips to ears, carried on the winds like echoes of a time long past. Old men recounted the adventures of Erlik and his quest for the sacred fire, while children listened, eyes wide with wonder, their imaginations igniting with every word. The flickering flames danced in rhythm with the tales, casting shadows that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. The dual nature of the Mongolian landscape, the stark beauty of the steppes contrasted with the towering mountains, reflected in their myths. There were tales of the fierce Mother Earth, who protected her children with a fierce spirit, and stories of the gentle river, whose waters healed the weary. This duality permeated every narrative, creating a world rich with emotion and tension, where love and struggle intertwined like the roots of ancient trees. As time marched on, the influence of neighboring cultures seeped into the fabric of Mongolian mythology, creating a rich exchange of ideas and beliefs. The legends of the Silk Road travelers, the mysterious caravans crossing the desert, and the tales of distant lands brought new characters into the fold. Each new story expanded the collective imagination of the people, adding layers of complexity and richness to their existing beliefs. Amidst these changes, one constant remained: the bond between the Mongolian people and their stories. They were not merely tales to pass the time. They were a lifeline, a source of identity and purpose. As the cold winds howled outside their yurts, families huddled together, sharing the warmth of the fire and the warmth of shared history. The flickering light illuminated faces filled with awe and reverence, each glance a silent acknowledgement of their place within the grand tapestry of existence. These myths transcended generations, shaping the very essence of what it meant to be Mongolian. They were a source of strength in adversity and a guide in times of uncertainty. The tales, filled with wonder and fear, adventure and peace, painted a vivid picture of a world where the extraordinary was part of everyday life. It was a world where courage was rewarded, and every heart beat in rhythm with the tales of their ancestors. In the stillness of the night, as the stars twinkled like ancient eyes watching over the land, the stories waited, eager to be told once more. Each whisper of the wind seemed to carry fragments of these narratives, inviting those willing to listen, to believe. The myths of the Mongolian people were alive, breathing with the spirit of the land, forever entwined with the hearts of those who called it home. In the vast expanse of Mongolia, where the wind whispers ancient secrets and the earth hums with stories untold, the sacred bond between the people and the spirit world is palpable. Underneath the boundless sky, where the horizon kisses the steppes, a shaman stands draped in vibrant garments, his face painted with intricate symbols. The air is thick with anticipation, a silent promise that something profound is about to unfold. This is not merely a performance. It is an invocation of the unseen, a bridge between the living and the spirits of their ancestors. Shamanism, a practice woven into the very fabric of Mongolian culture, breathes life into the landscapes and traditions. It is as old as the mountains that cradle the nomads, echoing through generations. The shaman, a guide and healer, possesses the rare ability to traverse both worlds, the physical and the spiritual. With a rhythmic beat of the drum, the shaman calls upon the spirits, enveloping the village in a trance-like state. Each beat resonates through the hearts of the people, uniting them in a shared experience of hope, healing, and reverence. In a small jar, the heart of every Mongolian home, families gather, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a fire. They listen intently as the shaman speaks, his voice a melodic chant that dances through the room. He shares tales of spirits that roam the steppes, guardians that protect their livestock, and ancestors who watch over them from the other side. Each story is a thread in the rich tapestry of their identity, binding them to their heritage and each other. As the shaman moves, the energy shifts, crackling in the air like a summer storm. The villagers feel it, an electric charge that ignites their spirits. He twirls and sways, the colors of his attire swirling around him, a living embodiment of the cosmic dance between the seen and the unseen. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickens. A hush falls over the crowd. They hold their breath, witnessing the miraculous moment when the shaman becomes the vessel for the spirits. A woman steps forward, her heart heavy with grief. She seeks answers, solace for a loss that has left an indelible mark on her soul. The shaman, with eyes closed, enters a trance, channeling the very essence of a long-gone relative. As he speaks in a voice that is not his own, the attendees gasp. The words are laced with love and wisdom, guiding her through the haze of sorrow. Tears stream down her cheeks, and in that moment she feels the warmth of her ancestors' presence. A soft embrace from beyond the grave. The shaman's role transcends the ordinary. He is a healer of the spirit, a mediator between realms. He can summon the spirits to ward off illness, interpreting their messages and wishes. As he performs rituals, the village gathers, offering gifts, milk, wool, and the bounty of their herds, symbols of gratitude to the spirits that sustain them. Each offering is a thread that strengthens the fabric of their community, reminding them of their interconnectedness. The shaman carries the weight of tradition, rooted in the nomadic lifestyle of the Mongolian people. His knowledge is passed down through generations, each shaman a custodian of wisdom. Stories of ancient heroes, mythical creatures, and the origins of their people echo in the minds of the young, instilling a sense of pride and purpose. The drums beat on, and the songs flow, a river of culture that cannot be dammed. There's a palpable tension as the village prepares for a major ceremony, honoring the spirits of the land. The shaman, adorned with feathers and beads, stands at the center of a sacred circle, surrounded by villagers who hold hands, their hearts synchronized with the rhythm of the earth. The air tastes of anticipation, thick and electric. He lifts his arms to the sky, invoking the spirits of nature, the mountains, the rivers, and the very essence of the land. The villagers close their eyes, feeling the energy of their ancestors envelop them, a reminder that they are never truly alone. As the ceremony unfolds, the ground vibrates beneath their feet, and the wind carries the shaman's voice high into the heavens. Emotions surge, fear, joy, longing, all woven into the fabric of the ritual. The shaman, now fully enveloped in his role, transforms into a conduit of energy. His movements become erratic yet beautiful, embodying the wild spirit of the steppe. The villagers chant, their voices rising to meet his, creating a tapestry of sound that ignites the air with raw power. In the distance, thunder rolls, an echo of approval from the heavens above. The spirits are near, and the shaman knows it. He pauses, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, as if the very ground beneath them holds its breath. A wild wind sweeps through, swirling dust and leaves, a sign that the spirits are listening. The villagers lean in, their eyes wide with awe, captivated by the raw force of nature and spirituality merging as one. This is more than a ritual. It is a testament to their resilience and belief. The shaman stands firm, unwavering, embodying the strength of countless generations. He knows that each prayer, each offering, is a lifeline to the spirits that guard their way of life. With every beat of the drum, the villagers feel the pulse of their ancestors, echoing through time and space, a reminder of who they are and what they carry within their very souls. As the night deepens and stars blanket the sky, the ceremony nears its climax. The air buzzes with an energy that is tangible, a reminder that the spirits are not just stories of the past, but living entities that shape their present and future. The shaman's voice rises, a powerful invocation that breaks the boundaries of the physical world, reaching for the very essence of existence itself. The villagers, entranced, feel the stirrings of something greater, an eternal connection that binds them to the land, to each other, and to the spirits that guide their paths. In that sacred space, everything ceases to exist. The troubles of the world fade away, and for a moment, all that remains is the heartbeat of the earth and the souls of those who have passed. The shaman's presence is a beacon, illuminating the way forward, a reminder that in their unity and belief, they find strength to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The night is alive, and the spirits dance alongside them, weaving a tapestry of hope, healing, and unwavering connection that will echo through the ages. In the shadow of the vast, wind-swept steppes of Mongolia, where the sky meets the earth in an endless embrace, tales of monsters swirl like the dust in a summer storm. As the sun dips low, casting elongated shadows that dance like phantoms, one can almost hear the whispers of ancient spirits floating through the air. These are not just stories to frighten children or entertain travelers. They are woven into the very fabric of Mongolian culture. The monsters of this land, both feared and revered, embody the raw essence of humanity's deepest fears and unyielding hopes. From the time of Genghis Khan, when the Mongolian Empire stretched as far as the eye could see, these tales have echoed through the ages. The people, fierce yet deeply connected to their land, tell of creatures that roam the night, lurking just beyond the flickering light of the gyre. The Ulzi, a monstrous figure with an insatiable hunger for the unsuspecting, is particularly feared. Its grotesque silhouette with sharp claws and glowing red eyes is said to appear in the darkness, a predator stalking its prey. The sound of its growl sends shivers through the spine, a reminder that danger could be lurking in the shadows. Then there's the legend of the Kukan, a shape-shifting creature that embodies the fears of betrayal and loss. This monster can take on the form of a loved one, luring its victims into a false sense of security before revealing its true, terrifying nature. Families share this tale around the fire, their voices low and cautious, instilling a sense of respect for the unknown. Those who have encountered the Kukan often speak of an overwhelming sense of dread that accompanies its presence, a feeling that something precious is slipping away, as if the bonds of love could be torn apart by unseen forces. The nomads of Mongolia, with their deep connection to the land, view these monsters not merely as threats but as symbols of the challenges they face in life. The fierce winds that whip across the plains become the howls of the Ulzi, while the difficult, unpredictable nature of existence is captured in the cunning of the Kukan. Each monster serves as a reminder of the struggles they endure, the loss of loved ones, the harshness of the terrain, the ever-present threat of starvation. In a world where survival is a daily battle, these legends remind them to remain vigilant. Among the countless tales, the story of the Nask stands out, an ethereal being known to emerge from the depths of the icy lakes. This creature, draped in shimmering scales that reflect the moonlight, is said to lure fishermen into the water with enchanting songs. The beauty of the Nask is irresistible, yet those who are drawn too close often find themselves ensnared, their fates sealed beneath the ice. The haunting melody that accompanies this monster is a metaphor for the allure of temptation, teaching lessons about the dangers of desire. It pulls at the heartstrings, resonating with the ancient wisdom of the Mongolian people. As children gather around their elders, the stories flow like the waters of the great rivers. The tension in the air rises as the tales of monsters unfold, each word painted with emotion, each gasp met with wide eyes. Little hands grip tightly onto worn blankets, while the crackle of the fire mirrors the intensity of the tales. The monsters become larger than life, their features vivid in the imaginations of the young and old alike. These moments create bonds, passing down not just stories, but the very essence of cultural identity. Yet beneath the layers of fear and enchantment lies a deeper truth. The tales of monsters reflect the struggles faced by the Mongolian people throughout history. As invaders crossed their paths and nature unleashed its fury, these legends morphed, absorbing the pain and resilience of the land. Each monster, a representation of the trials endured, offers a glimpse into the heart of a culture that has thrived against all odds. The Ulzi grows stronger with each generation, embodying the darkness that can emerge during hard times, while the Kukan serves as a reminder of the bonds that can either save or betray. The stories do not merely live in the past. They pulse through the present like an unending heartbeat. Modern Mongolians still recount these monsters, infusing contemporary life with ancient wisdom. They gather in the evenings, the flicker of their smartphones casting a glow that mingles with the light of the fire, and the echoes of the past resonate alongside modern challenges. The Ulzi, the Kukan, and the Nask have transformed, but their essence remains, a reflection of the human condition, timeless and ever relevant. The embrace of these monsters is a paradox. They terrify, yet protect. They haunt, yet teach. They remind the people of Mongolia to face their fears, to confront the darkness, and to find strength in unity. As the stories become embedded in the tapestry of their lives, the line between reality and myth blurs. In the silence of the night, when the wind howls and the stars twinkle like distant eyes watching over the steppes, the tales of monsters continue to thrive, alive in the hearts of those who dare to listen. As the fire crackles and the shadows lengthen, you feel the thrill of the unknown pulling you closer, urging you to lean in and listen, for the story is far from over. The monsters of Mongolian folklore are waiting, their legends intertwining with the threads of history, ready to reveal even deeper secrets. The shadows stretch, the whispers grow louder, and a chill runs down your spine, igniting an insatiable curiosity that cannot be quenched. In this world where monsters lurk, the next tale beckons, leaving you on the edge of your seat, breathless with anticipation, caught in the haunting dance of fear and fascination. The howling winds of Ulaanbaatar carried whispers of ancient fears, threading through the dreams of the living and the restless. Beneath the stark blue sky, a shadow loomed, a dark specter that haunted the alleyways and rooftops, feeding off the desperation of those who called this city home. It was here, amidst the bustling markets and the relentless chill, that the stories of demons thrived. Mingling with the smoke of burning juniper and the cries of street vendors, in the cramped, winding streets of the old quarter, the air felt heavy with dread. A woman hurried along the path, her eyes darting, searching for the faintest glimmer of hope in the deepening dusk. She clutched her child tightly against her chest, as if the warmth of the small body could ward off the darkness creeping closer. The locals called them Ulaanbaatar demons, not just the figures that skulked in the shadows, but the specters of poverty and despair that clung to every corner like a second skin. Once, this land had been vibrant with history. The Mongol Empire, rising from the steppes, had forged a legacy of strength and conquest. Temujin, or Genghis Khan as the world would later know him, united the tribes and carved a path across Asia, casting a long shadow that reached even into the present. But the glory had faded, leaving behind echoes of its past and a city that wore its struggles like a tattered cloak. As night fell, the warmth of day gave way to an unsettling chill. Lanterns flickered, casting ghostly glows against crumbling buildings. Children laughed, but their laughter was tinged with fear, for they knew the stories, tales of the Bodlus that roamed the streets seeking the unwary. Those who had seen them spoke of hollow eyes and toothy grins that promised both joy and terror. The myths intertwined with reality like an intricate tapestry, each thread representing a life touched by the dark. In the shadows of the city, an old man sat by a fire, the flames dancing in his weathered eyes. He was a storyteller, a keeper of memories, and as the wind howled around him, he began to speak. His voice was rough, but it commanded the attention of all who gathered around. He shared tales of the past, the warriors, the shamans, and the battles fought under the Mongolian sky. Yet, inevitably, his stories shifted to the demons, those that lingered at the edges of existence, haunting the fringes of society. "Beware the night," he warned, "for the Bodlus are drawn to despair. They feed on the pain, the loss, and the shadows of our hearts." The listeners exchanged uneasy glances, their minds racing with the images he conjured. It was said that the Bodlus could take on the forms of loved ones, twisting the familiar into something grotesque. A mother's smile turned sinister. A father's embrace felt cold and empty. As the fire crackled, a chill swept through the crowd, raising goosebumps on their arms. The old man's tales wove a spell, drawing the listeners deeper into a web of fear and fascination. He spoke of a woman who lost her children to the icy grip of winter, her cries echoing through the night. "They say she roams the streets, searching for them still," he murmured, her pain transformed into a demon that knows no rest. The air thickened with unease, and the children huddled closer to their parents, eyes wide with terror. Each tale layered upon the next, creating a collective thrum of anxiety that permeated the very fabric of the evening. From the stories of the Bodlus, the listeners could feel the weight of the city's history pressing down on them, a reminder of the struggles that had birthed these nightmares. Just then, a scream shattered the fragile silence. It came from a nearby alley, a raw, heart-wrenching sound that sent shivers down spines. The crowd surged forward, curiosity and fear driving them toward the source. As they approached, the sight that met their eyes was chilling. A woman, her clothes torn, her face a mask of terror, was backed against a wall, pleading for release from an unseen assailant. "Help me!" she cried, her voice cracking with desperation. "It's here! It won't let me go!" The eyes of the crowd widened in horror, for they could see nothing but shadows swirling in the darkness. The very air felt charged, as if the demons themselves were watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. A brave soul stepped forward, emboldened by the tales they had just heard. "Stand back," he shouted. "I'll save you." But as he moved closer, a cold gust swept through the alley, snuffing out the lantern's light and plunging them all into darkness. The screams escalated into chaotic echoes, a cacophony of despair that resonated in the hearts of those gathered. In that moment, the darkness felt alive, pulsating with the fears and regrets of the city. It was as if the Ulaanbaatar demons had awakened, reveling in the chaos they had cultivated. The shadows stretched and twisted, taking on shapes that were both terrifying and familiar. The boundaries of reality blurred, and panic gripped the crowd as they stumbled back, trying to escape the encroaching gloom. As they retreated, their minds raced with questions. Was it a demon they had encountered, or merely a manifestation of their own fears? Each person felt the weight of their own struggles, their own ghosts rising to the surface. The woman's scream echoed in their minds, reminding them of losses they couldn't escape, the loved ones gone, the dreams shattered, the hopes lost in an unforgiving world. And just like that, the old man's stories came flooding back, weaving through the chaos, entangling their hearts. The demons of Ulaanbaatar were not merely creatures of folklore, they were reflections of their own pain, their own fears. The crowd stood frozen, suspended in that moment of realization, teetering on the edge of light and dark. The city, once vibrant, now felt like a cage, the demons lurking just beyond sight, waiting for the next flicker of despair to consume. The night wore on, each second stretching into eternity, as the boundaries between the living and the shadows blurred. The air stirred with uncertainty, and a shiver of anticipation rippled through the crowd. They were not alone. The stories of Ulaanbaatar's demons beckoned them forward, pulling them into a world where darkness reigned, and light was but a fleeting illusion. In the hushed corners of the ancient village, whispers danced around flickering flames, weaving tales that sent shivers down spines. The autumn air was thick with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, but it was the chilling story of the kasha that sent an icy grip around the hearts of those who heard it. Children huddled close to their parents, eyes wide with fear and fascination, as the elders spoke in low, tremulous voices. They said the kasha was a spirit that hungered for flesh, prowling the moonlit shadows, ever watchful for those who strayed too far from the light. Long ago, the spirit was not merely a tale told to frighten children. It had a life of its own, born from the blood-soaked soil of a village that had known war and betrayal. The kasha was said to be the vengeful soul of a warrior who had met a gruesome end, his body abandoned on the battlefield, his spirit bound to the earth by the weight of his unavenged death. As the crumbling walls of history whispered his name, the kasha grew hungry, a hunger fueled not just by the flesh it craved, but by the bitterness of betrayal and loss. On stormy nights when lightning split the sky, villagers could hear the rustling of leaves, almost like the sound of 1,000 whispers. Many believed it was the kasha, prowling the woods, searching for the warmth of life to satisfy its insatiable hunger. They said it could smell fear, the way a wolf scents its prey. Those who wandered the forest after dark, drawn by the moon's pale glow, often never returned. The absence of their laughter, their voices, left an emptiness that echoed through the village like a haunting melody. Young men, full of bravado and daring, often challenged the tales, laughing as they ventured into the woods, armed with nothing but arrogance and a flickering lantern. But as the shadows swallowed them whole, their laughter was replaced by terrified screams that echoed through the night. One such brave soul, a lad named Arjun, scoffed at the stories. He had grown up hearing about the kasha, but deemed it nothing more than a cautionary tale meant to keep children in line. With a wild gleam in his eye, he ventured into the forest, dismissing the elders' warnings with a wave of his hand. As Arjun stepped deeper into the thicket, the trees closed in around him, their gnarled branches twisting like bony fingers reaching for him. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the canopy, casting eerie shadows that danced around him. He felt a chill crawl up his spine but shook it off, determined to prove the tales wrong. He laughed, calling out to the Kasha in mockery, but the silence that followed was deafening. It was then that he felt it, a sudden, oppressive weight in the air, as if the forest itself held its breath. As a darkness enveloped him, a low growl echoed from the depths of the shadows. A chill ran through Arjun, and he turned sharply, heart racing. The growl grew louder, resonating with a guttural hunger that sent his blood running cold. Panic surged through him, and he sprinted back the way he came, branches clawing at his clothes, the night air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay. The growling grew closer, a relentless pursuit that filled him with a terror he had never known. He stumbled into a clearing, the moonlight spilling down on the ground like silver. In the center of the clearing, he froze, his breath hitching in his throat. There, standing before him, was the Kasha. Its eyes glowed like embers, burning with a hunger that transcended the mortal realm. Its skin was stretched taut over bones, a grotesque reminder of the warrior it had once been. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying away his scream as it locked onto him, its gaze both haunting and hungry. But the Kasha was not just a monster of flesh and bone. It was a creature of raw sorrow and anger. Arjun could see the flicker of humanity beneath the horrific exterior, a tortured soul seeking vengeance for the life stolen from him. The Kasha reached out, fingers curling like claws, and Arjun could feel the cold dread wrap around him. It had come not just for him, but for all who had forgotten the sacrifices of the past, all who had turned their backs on the stories that held the village together. In that moment of profound realization, Arjun understood that the legend was not merely a fable. It was a warning. The Kasha was a reflection of the darkness that lay in the hearts of those who betrayed their own, a guardian of the land that demanded respect for the lost. As Arjun's own heart raced with the weight of understanding, he found himself rooted to the spot, torn between the instinct to flee and the haunting pull of empathy. The Kasha took a step forward, and time seemed to stretch into eternity. Its growl softened into a whisper, a pleading echo of the past. Arjun felt the weight of generations pressing down on him, the stories of the fallen warriors, the betrayed, the lost. It was all around him now, a swirling mass of memories that breathed life into the legend. The forest seemed to come alive, the trees leaning closer as if eager to listen to this long-overdue reckoning. In the depths of Arjun's fear, he found a flicker of resolve. As he stood trembling in the moonlight, he recalled the stories told by the elders, of courage, of memory, of honoring the past. The Kasha was not just an enemy. It was a guardian waiting for acknowledgement, a spirit bound to the land by a tragic fate. This was not his end. It was a turning point, a chance to face the darkness not with flight, but with understanding. And just as the realization washed over him, the Kasha paused, its eyes softening, the air thick with an ancient sorrow. The tension hung heavy, as if the weight of all the tales that had come before them rested on this single encounter. Arjun took a deep breath, summoning the courage to speak, to acknowledge the pain woven into the fabric of their history. But before he could utter a word, the wind shifted, carrying a new sound, a distant wailing that shattered the silence. It was a sound filled with dread and desperation, echoing through the night like a siren's call. The Kasha turned its head sharply, the ember glow of its eyes flaring with renewed fury, as if the very essence of its being was ignited by the plea. The village was in danger again, and the cycle of betrayal was poised to repeat itself. Arjun's heart raced anew, not just with fear, but with a newfound purpose. The Kasha was no longer his enemy. It was a warning, a harbinger of the darkness that loomed beyond the woods. As he took a step forward, ready to heed its call, he realized that the legend was not just a story. It was a battle cry, a plea for remembrance that echoed through the ages, binding the past to the present in an unbreakable chain. And in that moment, everything changed. The call of the Kasha became a rallying cry, one that would awaken not just the spirits of the past but ignite a fire in the hearts of the living. The night was far from over, and the shadows beckoned, promising a confrontation not just with the Kasha, but with the very essence of what it meant to remember and honor the fallen. The chilling wind swept across the plains of Mongolia, rustling the tall grass as the Kurlan River wound its way through the landscape like a silver ribbon. This was no ordinary river, cradled by the embrace of the earth, for within its depths lay a whispered legend that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to tell it. The locals spoke in hushed tones of a creature lurking beneath the water's surface, an ancient beast, a water monster whose very existence was woven into the fabric of their lives. Old men gathered around flickering fires, their hands trembling not from age, but from the stories they recounted. Tales of fishermen who had ventured out at dawn, their laughter echoing across the water, only to be swallowed by the silence that followed. Some returned, but many did not. Their boats found adrift, empty and silent, as if the river itself had claimed them. It was said that the Kurlan was a guardian of its own, but a guardian that turned cruel when threatened. One summer evening, a brave young boy named Tumen sat listening, wide-eyed, as his grandfather shared the legend. "They say it resembles a dragon," the old man whispered, his voice low and gravelly. "With scales like polished stones and eyes that burn bright like the stars, it swims with the grace of the wind, and when it surfaces, it brings forth chaos." Tumen's heart raced at the thought, a mix of fear and fascination flooding his veins. Each summer, children dared one another to dip their toes into the river, challenges laced with nervous laughter. "The water is alive," they would tease, recalling tales of the creature's fury. Tumen felt the pull of the Kurlan, a beckoning that was almost irresistible. One fateful evening, as twilight painted the sky in deep hues of indigo and orange, he stood at the water's edge, the reflection of the moon shimmering like silver coins scattered across the surface. As he gazed into the depths, a ripple disturbed the peaceful surface, a flicker of movement that sent a thrill through his spine. Could it be? His heart pounded as he leaned closer, the coolness of the water brushing against his fingertips. Just then, a low growl reverberated from beneath, a sound so deep it resonated in his bones. Tumen stumbled back, his breath hitching in his throat. The stories danced in his mind, mixing with a sense of dread and excitement. The next day, Tumen could barely eat. His dreams had been filled with visions of the creature, a magnificent beast, both terrifying and enchanting. He could almost feel the water splashing against him as he imagined its scales gliding through the currents. The words of his grandfather echoed in his mind. "It can sense your fear, and it feeds on it." As days passed, whispers of sightings surfaced, murmurs of fishermen claiming they saw something breach the water, a flash of something enormous and shimmering. Those who witnessed it were pale, their hands shaking as they recounted their stories. "It was real," one man cried, his voice laced with panic. "I could see its eyes. It knows us." The townsfolk exchanged worried glances, a shared fear settling over the community like a heavy fog. Tumen's curiosity grew stronger, eclipsing his fear. He had to see it for himself. One evening, armed with nothing but a small boat and his unyielding determination, he set out onto the Kurlan. The sun dipped low, painting the sky in fiery reds and soft purples, the water glimmering as if the stars themselves had fallen to earth. Every splash of the oars echoed in his ears, a reminder of both his solitude and his bravery. As night fell, the world around him transformed. The sounds of the river morphed into a symphony of whispers, calling him deeper into the heart of the unknown. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the depths, gliding just beneath the surface. Tumen's breath caught as he gripped the sides of the boat, his heart racing. The water shifted, and there it was, a glimpse of scales shimmering in the moonlight, the creature rising to meet him. It broke the surface with a powerful surge, water cascading off its back like jewels, and for a moment, time stood still. Tumen locked eyes with the beast, a moment of recognition passing between them. The creature was magnificent, its presence overwhelming. A mix of terror and wonder flooding his senses. He felt small and insignificant, yet utterly alive in that moment. Then, with a fierce roar that echoed through the valleys, the water beast dove back beneath the waves, leaving Tumen gasping in its wake. The fear that had once gripped him now intertwined with a thrilling exhilaration. He could still feel the vibrations of its call resonating in his chest, as if something deep within him had awakened. Days turned into weeks, and the stories of the Kurlan River monster spread like wildfire. People traveled from far and wide, drawn by the legend, hoping for a glimpse of the creature that had become a part of their lives in ways they did not fully understand. Yet, with each sighting, the river seemed to grow darker, its depths concealing secrets that were never meant to be uncovered. Tumen felt the weight of the stories, the responsibility of the legend now resting heavily on his shoulders. He had seen the monster, but at what cost? He couldn't shake the feeling that the river was changing, that something ancient and powerful was shifting beneath the surface. The Kurlan held its breath, waiting for someone to truly understand the balance between fear and reverence. It was another dark night when the sky crackled with an ominous energy, a storm brewing on the horizon. Lightning illuminated the vast emptiness, and the wind howled like a banshee. Tumen stood at the riverbank, drawn to the chaos unfolding before him. The water churned violently, as if the beast was awakening for a final confrontation. The air was thick with tension, and Tumen knew he could not turn away. The legends were alive, and the river was calling him back. The moon hung low, barely peeking through the dark clouds, and in its light the surface erupted, the creature rising once more. It was time to face the truth, to confront the water beast that had captivated his village and haunted his dreams. As thunder rumbled overhead, Tumen took a step closer, the wild pounding of his heart echoing in the silence. The Kurlan River monster was no longer just a tale. It was a living, breathing entity, and he was ready to discover all that lay beneath its surface. The line between fear and fascination blurred, and the river beckoned him forward into the unknown depths of its secret. The wind howled like a mourning woman across the vast steppes of Mongolia, carrying with it the haunting tales of the Khalkha, the largest and most prominent ethnic group in the country. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow over the undulating sands, the first whispers of ancient legends began to dance through the air. These were not mere stories. They were living memories, woven into the very fabric of the Khalkha people. Among the shadows of the hills, the mythical beasts of the Khalkha roamed, creatures born from the imagination of a people who had learned to meld their realities with the supernatural. The fierce, majestic figure of the Tengri lion stood tall in the minds of many, its roar echoing through time, a reminder of the natural world's untamed power. This lion was not just a beast, but a symbol of strength and courage, revered by the nomadic tribes that wandered the endless grasslands. In the flickering light of a fire, the elders gathered, sharing tales of the Khan Kulak, a creature with the body of a horse, but the wings of a great eagle. The Khalkha believed that this majestic beast could soar above the mountains and valleys, watching over the land and its people. Children would lean in closer, eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described how the Khan Kulak would swoop down during the darkest nights, carrying lost souls back to the embrace of their ancestors. The warmth of the flames could not rival the heat of the emotions stirred within their hearts: pride, fear, and an unyielding connection to the spirits of their forebears. As the stories unfolded, the winds carried the sounds of galloping hooves, a thunderous beat that seemed to rise from the earth itself. It was said that when the Tengri lion roamed, the skies darkened, and a chill crept into the air, as if nature itself held its breath in reverence. The Khalkha people believed that this beast was the guardian of the skies, a divine protector sent by the heavens to shield them from harm. Its eyes, fierce and wise, were said to see into the souls of men, discerning their deepest fears and desires. One could almost hear the whispers of Zul as she danced through the fields, a fox-like creature with shimmering fur that glinted like starlight. Known for her cunning and trickery, Zul was both a friend and a foe, teaching lessons in resilience and cleverness. It was said that she could slip through the fingers of death, evading the snares laid for her by hunters and fate alike. Parents would tell their children to be as wily as Zul, for life was a game played in shadows, and only the sharp of mind would survive. But not all creatures were benevolent. There were tales of the Kaidan, a monstrous serpent that slithered in the depths of the rivers, its scales dark as midnight. Fishermen spoke in hushed tones of how the Kadan could summon storms with a flick of its tail, dragging boats to the watery depths. The creature was feared, yet respected, a reminder of the delicate balance between life and death. As the storm clouds gathered on the horizon, those who dared to fish would whisper an incantation to appease the beast, hoping to placate its wrath and return safely to shore. The Khalkha's rich tapestry of mythical beasts was not just for entertainment. It was a way to navigate the complexities of life. These stories were a bridge between the seen and the unseen, guiding the community through the trials and tribulations of existence. The fires grew low, and the night deepened, but the tales continued, each one more gripping than the last. As the stars blinked into existence, the elders spoke of the Ba'atar, a legendary hero who rode a great stallion into battle, wielding a sword that glimmered with the power of the sun. The Ba'atar was a beacon of hope for the Khalkha people, a reminder that even in their darkest hours, courage and honor could prevail. The children clutched each other in excitement, picturing the hero racing across the plains, his silhouette framed against the moonlight, a symbol of resistance against despair. Yet, as the tales unfolded, darker emotions settled in. Questions arose about the cost of their beliefs. What if the creatures were not protectors, but manifestations of their fears? The elders spoke softly, their voices barely above a whisper, as they reminded the listeners of the fine line between reverence and dread. The Khalkha carried the weight of their beliefs, knowing that with each story came a responsibility to honor the spirits and creatures that shaped their lives. A sudden gust of wind swept through the gathering, disrupting the stillness and sending a shiver down spines. It felt as if the Kadan had stirred, a silent warning echoing through the night. The fire crackled ominously, casting flickering shadows that twisted and turned like the mythical beasts themselves. Children clutched their parents, eyes wide with fear and wonder, the line between reality and myth blurred by the chill in the air. As the night wore on, the elders continued their tales, weaving together the sorrow and joy of their people. They spoke of how the Khalkha had survived harsh winters and fierce battles, their spirit intertwined with the very beasts that roamed the earth alongside them. The mythical creatures became embodiments of their struggles, each one a reflection of the heart and soul of the Khalkha. With every story shared, the bonds of tradition grew stronger. The legends echoed across the hills, carried by the very winds that had once howled in solitude. The people felt their ancestors' presence, a warmth that wrapped around them like a cloak against the cold. Each heartbeat synchronized with the rhythms of the land, a reminder that they were not alone in their journey. As the first light of dawn began to break, illuminating the vast expanse of the steppe, the fires slowly faded. But the essence of the Khalkha and their mythical beasts lingered in the air, a powerful reminder of a legacy that would never die. Hope, fear, courage, and wisdom flowed through their veins, intertwining with the stories told under the stars, ensuring that the spirit of the Khalkha would live on, forever entwined with their beloved beasts of legend. The stories would continue to be told, whispering through the generations, a beautiful tapestry of life that could never truly end. The sky above the vast, undulating steppe of Mongolia was a living tapestry, a swirling canvas painted with sprawling clouds and the soft hues of dusk. It was here, under this endless dome, where the whispers of ancient stories danced in the wind. Each flicker of lightning, each rumble of thunder, seemed to echo the voices of long-forgotten spirits, weaving a connection between the living and the unseen. The people of the steppe knew that this sky held more than just weather. It cradled the essence of their beliefs, their fears, and the formidable demons that lurked in the shadows of their lore. On stormy nights, when the clouds would churn and rage, the Mongolian nomads would gather around their fires, eyes wide and hearts pounding. They spoke of the sky's fury. The crackling thunder was said to be the laughter of the sky spirits, mischievous and capricious, reveling in the chaos they unleashed upon the earth. It was believed that the sky was a threshold, a boundary between the world of the living and the realm of demons that roamed just out of sight. These demons were no mere figments of imagination. They were believed to be the manifestations of nature's untamed forces, watching and waiting, ready to strike at those who dared to disrupt the balance. The Mongolian sky was not just a backdrop. It was a character in its own right. The colors of dawn and dusk were thought to be the blood of the celestial beings, spilled in the eternal battle between good and evil. Each sunrise brought hope, a chance for redemption, while each sunset warned of the darkness that lay ahead, a reminder of the demons that thrived in the night. As the stars emerged, glimmering like lost souls, they reminded the people of their ancestors, watching over them from their celestial perch, yet also serving as a reminder that danger loomed ever closer. Legends spoke of the sky demon, a fearsome creature with a body made of thunderclouds and eyes that glowed like distant stars. It roamed the night, its howl mingling with the wind, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spines of the unsuspecting. Those who heard its call were believed to be cursed, marked for misfortune. The elders warned their children to tread carefully, to respect the sky and its inhabitants, lest they attract the wrath of these celestial beings. Yet not all spirits were malevolent. The Mongols also revered benevolent sky spirits, guardians of their people who roamed the heavens, watching with kindness. They were thought to bestow blessings, a gentle rain for the parched earth, a clear night for stargazing, or a warm breeze to ease the harsh chill of winter. These spirits were celebrated during rituals that honored the sky, where offerings of milk and food were presented, accompanied by songs that echoed through the valleys, reaching the very heart of the heavens. As the darkness deepened, tales of the night grew richer, each more tantalizing than the last. Children huddled closer to the warmth of the fire, their imaginations ignited by the stories of vengeful spirits who sought revenge on those who disregarded the sanctity of the sky. One such tale was that of the Sky Mother, a powerful figure who watched over the world from her celestial home. Angered by the greed and disrespect shown by mortals, she would unleash storms that could devastate entire villages, a reminder of her might and her divine connection to the natural world. The threat of her wrath kept the people in check, instilling a deep respect for the balance of nature. The Mongolian sky also served as a stage for the grand battles of the cosmos, where demons clashed with the forces of light. In these mythical combats, the sky would crack open, revealing the tumultuous chaos that lay beyond. The warriors of the heavens fought valiantly, their silhouettes illuminated by the dazzling flashes of lightning, while the demons howled in fury, determined to spread their darkness across the land. The outcome of these celestial wars was believed to affect the fates of the people below, their lives entwined with the drama unfolding far above in the night sky. As the winds howled and the clouds swirled ominously, the Mongolians learned to listen, to heed the messages carried on the air. Each change in the weather was seen as a sign, a communication from the sky that demanded respect and awareness. The people understood that their existence was intricately linked to the heavens, that the sky was both a protector and a danger. The balance between reverence and fear was delicate, a tightrope walk that kept the harmony of their world intact. The nights were filled with rituals, chants rising like smoke into the air, reaching for the stars. The spirits of the sky welcomed these offerings, celebrating the connection between earth and sky. Yet the stories also warned of those who strayed too far from this balance, those who failed to pay homage. The darkness that loomed close was always a reminder of the consequences of such negligence. Parents would share tales of ancestors who had lost their way, whose hubris had angered the sky, leading to calamities that still echoed through the generations. These stories were not just warnings. They were a fabric woven into the identity of the people, binding them to their history and to one another. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the steppe, a chill settled in the air, and the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening blue. It was in these moments of transition that the weight of the sky's influence was felt most acutely, an invisible thread that tied together all who lived beneath it. The stories of demons and spirits, mingled with the profound beauty of the night sky, created an experience that was haunting yet comforting. The flickering light of the campfires was a beacon against the encroaching darkness, a reminder that life continued, even as the shadows danced just beyond the glow. And so, beneath the vast expanse where the sky met the earth, the tension between the seen and unseen was a constant, a pulse that thrummed through the very soul of Mongolia. Darkness was not simply a void. It was alive, filled with the weight of history, the breath of legends, and the heart of every story yet to be told. Each night, as the sky bore witness to the struggles and triumphs of those below, it became clear that the dance between light and darkness was far from over, drawing forth a sense of awe and fear that would echo through the ages. The sky, in all its grandeur and mystery, continued to weave its narrative, binding the fates of the living and the spirits, an eternal cycle of reverence and caution. In the chill of dawn, where mist clung to the ground like the breath of ancient spirits, whispers of the Burkan drifted through the air. They were more than mere legends. They were the guardians of the land, woven into the very fabric of life itself. Shadows danced among the trees, flickering as if they were alive, each rustle of leaves echoing with stories untold. The villagers felt their presence in the trembling of the wind, and in the silence before a storm, a shiver ran through the bones of the earth. The Burkan were said to be protectors, spirits that watched over the mountains, rivers, and valleys, ensuring harmony between nature and mankind. Each clan had its own tales of encounters, moments where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One such tale belonged to an old hunter named Tenzin, whose wrinkled hands were a testament to a life spent in the embrace of the wild. Tenzin had heard the songs of the Burkan since he was a boy, tales spun by the fire, stories of shimmering figures that appeared in the twilight. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Tenzin ventured deeper into the forest than he ever had before. An unsettling quiet enveloped him, and the familiar sounds of the woods faded into an eerie silence. With each step, he felt an unseen force guiding him, urging him forward until he reached a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient tree, gnarled and twisted, its roots sprawling like veins into the earth. It was here that the veil between the worlds thinned. Suddenly the air crackled with energy. Tenzin's heart raced as he spotted a shimmering figure emerging from the shadows. It was ethereal, cloaked in layers of light that shifted and changed like the colors of the sky. The Burkan had come to him, their presence both comforting and overwhelming. They hovered with grace, their features obscured but their intent clear. Tenzin felt an inexplicable urge to kneel, the weight of their ancient power pressing down upon him. "Protect our land," the voice resonated in his mind, a harmonious blend of many voices, echoing like the rustling leaves. "Your people have forgotten the balance. The time has come for you to remember." The intensity of the moment left Tenzin breathless. The Burkan were not mere folklore. They were the essence of the land, a reminder of the harmony that once existed between people and nature. In that fleeting encounter he glimpsed the pulse of the world, the interconnectedness of all living things, but as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone, leaving only the lingering scent of wildflowers and a heavy sense of duty in his heart. Days turned into weeks, yet the vision haunted him. Tenzin gathered the villagers, sharing his experience, hoping to ignite a spark of reverence for the Burkan. But skepticism ran deep, the shadow of modernity clouding the wisdom of old. The townsfolk laughed, brushing aside his tales, consumed by their daily struggles and the allure of progress. They missed the signs, the withering of crops, the restless animals, the storms that grew fiercer with each passing season. Tenzin felt a growing desperation as the land cried out for help. He would not let their apathy doom them. Armed with the knowledge of the Burkan, he set out once again, determined to reconnect with the spirits. That night, under a blanket of stars, he returned to the clearing. The air was thick with anticipation, and Tenzin could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet. He knelt before the ancient tree, pouring out his soul in a plea for guidance. The moon shimmered above, casting a silvery glow that danced through the branches. Then, as if summoned by his fervent call, the Burkan reappeared, their forms radiant and shimmering like the northern lights. Tenzin felt his spirit lift, a tide of emotions crashing over him: fear, hope, and an unyielding determination. "The land is suffering," he spoke, his voice steady. "Teach me how to heal it." The Burkan swirled around him, their energy flowing into his being, filling him with visions of the past. Tenzin saw the lush fields and the thriving wildlife, the way the villagers once honored the rhythms of nature. He saw rituals long forgotten, dances that celebrated the harvest, and offerings made to the spirits that protected them. The weight of their history pressed down on him, an urgent reminder of the bond they had severed. As dawn broke, the Burkan gifted Tenzin with knowledge, ancient practices that had been lost to time. He returned to the village armed with wisdom and passion, ready to share the truths that could save them. But the path would be treacherous, for change often meets resistance. The villagers watched with skepticism as Tenzin spoke of rituals and respect, of giving back to the land that had sustained them for generations. Yet desperation hung heavy in the air, and slowly but surely, a few began to listen. They gathered under the old tree, feeling the whispers of the Burkan on the wind. As they shared stories, as they remembered the ways of old, the connection to the land began to rekindle. But the balance was still fragile. The storms grew fiercer, and the earth trembled with unrest. Tenzin felt the urgency mounting, a race against time. Each night he called upon the Burkan, feeling their presence guiding him, their energy swirling around him in an embrace of hope and fear. The spirits grew restless, and so did the land. As the villagers began to awaken to the truth, the Burkan demanded action. Tenzin knew they had to confront the looming crisis head-on. The old ways needed to be revived, or they would face dire consequences. In the thick of uncertainty, Tenzin rallied his people, igniting a fierce resolve within their hearts. The Burkan watched from the shadows, their essence entwined with the villagers, reminding them that they were never alone. And as the first drops of rain began to fall, they knew the battle for their land had only just begun. In a dimly lit chamber beneath the earth, shadows danced like restless spirits, and the air was thick with a chilling silence. It was here, where light dared not linger, that the legend of the Khan, the underworld ruler, thrived. Stories whispered among the brave and the foolish alike told of his power, a figure cloaked in darkness, commanding forces that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to speak his name. The Khan was not just a ruler, he was a force, a haunting presence etched into the very fabric of the land. His throne, carved from iron and steeped in ancient runes, sat at the center of a cavern that echoed with the cries of the lost. The sound of dripping water from stalactites mingled with the soft susurration of souls wandering in a restless dream. It was said that to gaze upon him was to flirt with madness. His eyes glowed like embers in the gloom, promising knowledge far beyond mortal comprehension. Legends told of the Kion's army, a legion of the damned that rose from the depths of despair. They were not mere shadows. They were the embodiment of fear, wielding weapons forged in sorrow. Each warrior was draped in the memories of their past lives, their faces twisted into expressions of eternal longing. They served the Khan not out of loyalty but out of an understanding of their own fate. In the dark, they were all that remained of those who had once dared to defy him. The stories also spoke of the Khan's lair, hidden deep within the underworld. Some claimed it was a palace made of bones and gemstones. Others insisted it was a labyrinth filled with illusions designed to trap the unwary. The air was thick with magic, and those who stumbled upon this passage often found themselves lost, never to return. Each twist and turn in the stone corridors held a trap or a trick, and many were drawn to the darkness, lured by the promise of power and knowledge, only to succumb to madness. But there was one tale that stood out among the rest, a story that ignited both fear and fascination, a tale of a young warrior named Talia. She was a child of the light, born in a village that thrived under the sun's watchful gaze. Her people revered the ancient gods, living in harmony with the earth. Yet, as fate spun its wicked web, darkness crept into their lives. Crops failed, families vanished, and whispers of the Khan grew louder. They spoke of his hunger, a thirst for souls that threatened to consume them all. Talia, determined to save her village, ventured forth, her heart pounding like a war drum. She knew the stories. The Khan could grant unimaginable power to those who offered themselves willingly. But what price would she pay? The thought gnawed at her, a relentless specter haunting her every step. In the stillness of night, she stood at the mouth of a cavern, the air thick with dread and anticipation. As she crossed the threshold, the world above faded into nothingness, and she felt the weight of the underworld settle upon her shoulders. Inside, the darkness wrapped around her like a shroud, and every heartbeat echoed ominously. Illuminated by the dim glow of phosphorescent fungi, she pressed deeper, her resolve unyielding. She could hear the whispers, the tormented souls calling out for release, each voice a reminder of the price she might pay. Yet the thought of saving her village pushed her forward, fueled her determination. In a vast chamber, she finally stood before the Khan. He was a figure of terror and beauty, with a crown of twisted thorns and a cloak woven from the shadows of the lost. His voice, smooth and seductive, coiled around her, promising her everything she desired. He spoke of power, of the ability to vanquish her enemies and elevate her village beyond the heavens. But as he spoke, Talia felt the air grow colder, and the weight of loss seeped into her bones. "What will you give?" he asked. His voice a haunting melody. "What will you sacrifice for your desires?" In that moment, Talia felt the weight of choices long forgotten. Memories of laughter and warmth flashed before her eyes, her mother's gentle hands, her father's steadfast smile. Would she trade their love for power? Would she become yet another soul lost to the darkness? The Khan reached out, his fingers brushing against her cheek, and she shuddered, feeling the chill of despair seep into her very essence. Suddenly, the chamber trembled as if responding to her inner conflict. Shadows surged, swirling around her like a tempest. The Khan's eyes blazed with a fierce hunger, and the whispers grew louder, echoing her fears and hopes. Would she succumb to the darkness, or would she turn and flee, forever haunted by the choice she made here? With every breath, the tension mounted, each heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. Talia squared her shoulders, summoning courage from the depths of her soul. She realized that the real battle was not against the Khan, but against the darkness within herself. She would not let fear dictate her choices, nor would she allow the Khan to claim her spirit. As she stood poised on the precipice of her decision, the ground shook violently beneath her feet, and the shadows howled in fury. The Khan's voice rose above the chaos, promising unending power if she would only yield. Yet, Talia felt a flicker of light within her, a spark of hope illuminating the darkness that surrounded her. "Enough," she shouted, her voice rising above the din. "I refuse to be a pawn in your game." And in that pivotal moment, the fate of her village and many others hung in the balance, the weight of her choice pressing down upon her like the very stones of the cavern. The Khan's expression shifted, shock flashing across his face as if her defiance cut through the veil of darkness that cloaked him. The chamber erupted in chaos, swirling shadows colliding with the brilliance of her spirit. A clash of light and dark that reverberated through the very foundation of the underworld. With every ounce of strength, Talia stepped forward, ready to face whatever came next. The Khan, taken aback, watched as the power of her conviction reverberated through the air, a beacon of resistance against his all-consuming darkness. What would happen next was uncertain, but one thing was clear. Talia was no longer a mere pawn in this ancient game. The shadows loomed, and the Khan's laughter echoed through the chamber, laced with both menace and intrigue. The underworld held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, for the dance between light and dark had only just begun, echoing the eternal struggle that bound them all in an intricate web of fate. In the shadow of the jagged Altai Mountains, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the ancient land of Mongolia. Here, whispers of legends rode the cold winds, tales of warriors who faced ferocious beasts and dark forces that threatened their very existence. Among these stories, one figure stood tall, embodying the indomitable spirit of the people. He was the Batar, a hero forged in the crucible of adversity, his heart burning with a fierce resolve to protect his kin. With the roar of hooves echoing through the valleys, the Batar had galloped into the fray, his face a storm of determination, eyes ablaze with the fire of justice. His trusty horse, a magnificent stallion named Genghis, thundered beneath him, its muscular frame rippling as they charged towards a monstrous creature that had emerged from the depths of nightmares. This beast, a serpent-like dragon with scales gleaming like obsidian, had scorched the earth and instilled terror in the hearts of the bravest warriors. Villagers often spoke of the monster's fiery breath that could turn the lush grasslands to ash in an instant. The blood of the fallen soaked the ground, leaving a dark stain in the memory of those who dared to resist. The Batar, however, felt no fear. Instead, his heart pulsed with the rhythm of ancestral warriors, their chants echoing in his mind, urging him forward. They had fought against the dark and had not faltered, and neither would he. As he approached the creature, time seemed to stretch, every heartbeat resonating like a drum in a war dance. The air thickened with the smell of smoke and despair, yet there was an electric charge, a sense of inevitability that crackled around him. The Batar drew his sword, its blade glinting with sunlight, reflecting the hopes of his people. He remembered the faces of children, their innocence marred by fear, mothers clutching their infants, eyes wide with sorrow. Elders recounting tales of their ancestors who had faced similar monsters and triumphed. With a deafening roar, the dragon lunged, flames spilling from its maw, illuminating the darkening sky like a malevolent sun. The Batar's heart raced, but he held his ground, a mountain unmoved by the storm. He could almost hear the spirits of his ancestors whispering, guiding his hand. He sidestepped the inferno, feeling the heat singe his skin, and in that moment he became more than just a man. He transformed into the embodiment of his people's resilience. Striking with a ferocity born from desperation, he aimed for the creature's underbelly, the one vulnerable spot in its armored exterior. The blade sliced through the air, finding its mark. Blood, dark and thick, spilled forth, a vivid reminder of the battle between light and shadow. A cry erupted from the dragon, a terrible sound that echoed through the mountains, resonating with a pain that was as ancient as time itself. But the fight was far from over. The dragon thrashed wildly, its tail sweeping across the ground like a tempest. The Batar dodged and weaved, each movement a dance of survival, his body moving with a grace that belied his size. A warrior's spirit coursed through him, every muscle tensed and ready. He was not merely fighting for his life, he was battling for a future, for the promise of peace and prosperity for those who had suffered under the beast's reign. As he fought, flashes of his past flickered before his eyes, the teachings of his father, the strength of his mother, the laughter of his friends around the fire. Was he not the sum of their hopes and dreams? The Batar fought on, not just as a man, but as a symbol of unity and strength, a testament to the unyielding spirit of his people. With a sudden surge of courage, he climbed onto a boulder, positioning himself high above the beast. The dragon roared in frustration, swinging wildly, but the Batar remained steadfast. He raised his sword high, the sun catching the edge, sending a signal to the heavens. He released a primal yell, a mix of fear, anger, and unyielding determination. It was a cry that echoed through the valleys, summoning the spirits of the land to join the fray. The final blow came swift and fierce. The sword descended, and in that single moment, the world held its breath. The blade sunk deep into the creature's skull, piercing the darkness, and with a final roar, the dragon crumbled, its body collapsing into the earth. A weight lifted from the shoulders of the land. Dust settled slowly, and the villagers emerged from the shadows, their faces a canvas of disbelief and awe. They had witnessed the triumph of the Batar, a hero against the odds, a warrior who faced monsters not just of flesh and blood, but of fear and despair. The air was charged with the energy of victory, yet even amidst the celebrations, a whisper of unease lingered. For every monster slain, new shadows lingered on the horizon. As the Batar stood tall, breathing heavily, he looked into the distance where the mountains met the sky, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. This was but one battle in an endless war against the darkness that threatened to consume them. What other beasts lay in wait, hidden behind the veil of night, ready to claw at the fragile peace he had fought so fiercely to protect? The sun sank below the mountains, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, a haunting beauty that belied the struggles to come. The Batar could sense the shift in the air, a change that hinted at greater challenges ahead. As he turned back to the villagers, the roar of the dragon still echoing in his ears, he steeled himself for what lay beyond the horizon, knowing that the legend of the Batar was just beginning. In the vast, windswept plains of Mongolia, where the horizon stretches infinitely and the sky meets the earth in a breathtaking embrace, a chilling whisper echoes through the grass. It tells tales of creatures that lurk in the shadows, beings that walk the fine line between the seen and unseen, the known and the unknown. These are the demons of Mongolian lore, and at the heart of their stories lies a powerful connection with animals, companions, guardians, and sometimes terrifying foes. The sound of hoofbeats thunders across the steppe, a wild herd of horses galloping with an untamed grace. They embody strength and freedom, yet in the eyes of the nomads, they carry a deeper meaning. Horses are revered not just for their beauty but for their spirit, believed to possess the ability to sense the unseen forces that dwell beyond human perception. Elders often recount the legend of the Tengri, a sky god who rides across the heavens on a magnificent steed, his presence heralded by the stirring of the wind. In this world, animals are not mere creatures. They are vessels of ancient wisdom and harbingers of fortune, or doom. Under the cloak of night, when the moon hangs low and the air crackles with energy, the tales of these creatures come alive. Wolves, with their piercing eyes and haunting howls, weave through the stories of Mongolian demons. They are both feared and respected. They serve as a reminder of the wildness that lies within every living being. It is said that when a wolf crosses your path during a thunderstorm, it is an omen. The storm isn't just a weather event. It is a battle between the forces of light and darkness, and the wolf is a sentinel, watching, waiting. The connection between wolves and demons runs deep, as folklore often depicts these animals as the loyal servants of darker spirits, guiding lost souls through the chilling abyss of night. In a remote village, an old shaman sits beneath a gnarled tree, its roots twisted like the stories he tells. He speaks of the Kadag, a spirit often depicted as a creature with the body of a horse and the head of a demon. This beast is said to roam the steppes, protecting the land from those who would harm it. The villagers believe that it appears during moments of great peril, galloping through the dark, a fierce guardian against malevolent forces. Yet, there is a price for such protection. To honor the Kadag, offerings must be made, food and drink left at the edge of the forest, a silent pact between the living and the supernatural. As the stories wind through the night air, the villagers feel a shiver run down their spines. They remember the tale of Allah Kerim, a fearsome creature that takes the shape of a great eagle. It is said that once, many years ago, a warrior sought its favor to protect his people from an encroaching army. The eagle swooped down from the mountaintops, its sharp talons ready to strike, and fulfilled the warrior's wish. But as dawn broke, the army lay defeated. The warrior was left to grapple with the consequences of his bargain. The eagle, in its darker nature, demanded a soul in exchange for its might. The price of power is steep, and the villagers knew all too well that trust in the supernatural could lead to devastating consequences. The connection between animals and Mongolian demons extends further still. The graceful gazelle, often seen bounding across the plains, is more than just a symbol of beauty. In folklore, it is believed to be a messenger of the spirits. When a gazelle appears in a vision, it signifies a message from the other world, a warning or a guidance. Those who ignore its presence do so at their own risk, for the spirits are not forgiving. The tales of the gazelle's swift movements and elusive nature are woven into the fabric of Mongolian demon lore, blurring the lines between the natural and the supernatural. As the sun dips below the horizon, the shadows stretch and bend, transforming the landscape into a canvas of eerie possibilities. The chilling howl of the wind carries with it the cries of yesteryear, warning of the spirits that roam. The Byatar, a demon that takes the shape of a massive bear, is said to haunt the forests, its roar a harbinger of misfortune. Many have claimed to encounter this fearsome being, only to find themselves frozen in place, captivated by its raw power. The bear serves as a reminder of nature's fury and the delicate balance between man and beast, as well as the consequences of crossing into forbidden territories. In the silence that follows the storm, the connection between man and animal becomes hauntingly clear. The spirits of departed ancestors often take on animal forms, returning to guide and protect their loved ones. The Mongolian belief in reincarnation weaves through the stories, creating a tapestry that binds together the physical and the spiritual. The owls that hoot in the night are viewed as wise advisors, with souls of the past whispering secrets of the universe. To see an owl is to be reminded of the thin veil that exists between life and death, the constant presence of those who once walked the earth. As the moon rises high, bathing the steppe in its silvery glow, the stories continue to flow, cascading like the rivers that carve through the land. Animals are interwoven with every tale, each creature a character in a grand narrative of survival, fear, and respect. The majestic yurt stands as a beacon of life, where the flicker of the fire casts dancing shadows that echo the ancient stories of animals and demons, intertwined like the roots of the trees that shelter them. The night deepens, drawing the listener closer, hearts pounding with the weight of the stories. With each word, the air thickens with tension, for the demons of Mongolian lore are complex beings, shaped by the animals they are connected to. These relationships are not merely stories to pass the time. They have always been a part of the very fabric of existence, sewn together by the bonds of fear, reverence, and love. As the tales continue, they beckon the listener to pay attention, to understand that the world around them is alive, and the animals, seen and unseen, hold the keys to a deeper understanding of the mysteries that lie beyond the horizon. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Altai Mountains, a voice that seemed to echo the souls of those who had walked these paths long before. It carried a haunting melody, intertwining with the whispers of the ancient earth. The sun dipped low, casting an orange glow over the vast expanse where the horizon kissed the sky. Here, the air felt charged with history, a rich tapestry woven with the threads of countless generations. In this ethereal landscape, the kyumi, or throat singing, flourished, a sacred art form that resonated deeply with the rhythms of nature. Each note brought forth a dialogue between humans and the very spirits of the mountains. To the untrained ear, it might have sounded like a simple song, but to those attuned to its essence, it was a conversation, a way to honor the land, the ancestors, and the very heartbeat of the universe. As the sun sank beneath the peaks, a group of musicians gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the warm glow. Their hands, roughened by years of labor, cradled traditional instruments, lutes and flutes crafted from the bones of their ancestors. With every strum and blow, the fire danced, casting shadows that played across their faces, revealing a deep connection to the past. The sound of their voices rose into the night, weaving a tapestry of sound that echoed in the valleys below. It was said that the mountains held the spirits of warriors long gone, their strength and wisdom lingering in the cool mountain air. The singers believed they could tap into this ancient power, channeling the voices of their forebears through their songs. As the first notes of kumi filled the air, a chill ran down the spine of everyone present. The melody seemed to rise from the earth itself, like a river of sound flowing through the very fabric of reality. With each layer of sound, the atmosphere thickened, emotions blending as if they too were part of the performance. The singers' throats vibrated, producing deep resonances that mirrored the rumbling of distant thunder. It was as if the mountains themselves were joining in, their silent majesty responding to the heartfelt pleas of the singers below. Each voice dipped and soared, creating a sonic landscape that was both haunting and exhilarating. In this moment, time seemed to stretch into infinity. Memories of ancestors flashed before their eyes, stories of courage and sacrifice flooding their minds. They remembered the battles fought, the love shared, and the laughter echoed in the valleys. Each note became a tribute to those who had come before, a prayer for protection, guidance, and wisdom. But the kumii was not just a remembrance, it was a call to the future. As the singers continued, a palpable energy surged through the group. They could feel the weight of their heritage resting on their shoulders, urging them to carry it forward into the world beyond the mountains. There was a beauty in this burden, an understanding that they were the stewards of a legacy that transcended time. Suddenly, the fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the dark sky, and an unexpected hush fell over the group. Eyes turned toward the mountains where shadows danced, seemingly alive with the spirits that had been conjured. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation, as if the very air was holding its breath. It was a moment of reverence, a connection so profound that it felt as though the past and present had collided, merging into one singular experience. Just then, an ancient voice emerged from the depths of the night, echoing the kumi in a way that sent shivers racing down their spines. It was a voice that resonated with power and sorrow, as if it carried the weight of countless stories waiting to be told. The singers exchanged glances, their hearts racing. This was no ordinary moment. This was a crossing of worlds, an invitation to witness the magic of the kumi in its most raw and authentic form. The energy in the air shifted. transforming the gathering into a sacred space. Each singer felt the fire that burned within them intensify, igniting a passion that was impossible to contain. They sang louder, their voices intertwining into a single, potent force that reached out to the mountains, pleading for acknowledgement, for connection. The spirits responded, and the wind picked up, swirling around them, carrying their melodies into the night. In the distance, the silhouette of a lone figure appeared on a ridge, framed against the dying light. It was a shaman, a keeper of traditions long forgotten by the outside world. Clad in furs and adorned with feathers, he stood tall and proud, an embodiment of the very spirit of the mountains. His presence sent a ripple of energy through the gathering, a shared understanding that this moment was sacred. As he raised his arms, the kumi took on a new dimension, echoing through the valleys like a battle cry against time. The spirits answered in kind, their whispers blending with the song, wrapping around the singers like a warm embrace. It was a cycle of reverence and respect, an unbroken bond between the living and the departed, a dance of voices that spanned across generations. The music grew more intense, each note an explosion of emotion, a celebration of life that transcended the mundane. Tears streamed down cheeks, not of sadness, but of joy, a recognition of the power of connection, of community, of belonging. The mountains stood as silent witnesses to this moment, their ancient stones absorbing the energy, holding it close like a cherished secret. As the last echoes of the song faded into the night, a gentle silence settled over the gathering. The fire crackled softly, illuminating faces etched with awe and wonder. The air hummed with an unspoken promise, a reminder that the kumi was not merely a performance, but a living, breathing entity that would continue to thrive, transcending time and space. And as the stars began to twinkle above, the shadows of the mountains loomed larger, guarding the stories of the past, whispering their wisdom to those who dared to listen. The night was far from over. It teased with the possibility of more songs, more stories to be woven into the fabric of existence. And so, the gathering lingered in the warmth of the fire, hearts open, ready to embrace whatever came next, knowing that the mountains had many more voices waiting to be heard. The chilling wind swept through the desolate plains, a haunting whisper that rattled the bones of the ancient earth. Beneath the pale moonlight, shadows twisted ominously, and the air was thick with an unsettling silence, as if the world itself held its breath in anticipation. Something dark lingered just beyond the edge of the known, something that would awaken nightmares long buried. In the forgotten lands of the steppes, stories of the Tengri, the feared spirit of the sky, had been passed down through generations. The Tengri was no mere legend. It was a force that tugged at the very souls of those who ventured too close. It was said that the Tengri was not only a guardian of the skies, but also a harbinger of doom, a man-eater who preyed on the lost and the reckless. On a cold evening, a group of young men, fueled by bravado and the thrill of adventure, gathered around a flickering campfire. Their laughter echoed against the vast expanse, bravely shattering the oppressive darkness. They spoke of the Tengri, dismissing the old tales as mere superstition, yet a shiver ran down their spines when the wind howled a mournful tune. As they mocked the ancient spirit, a sense of unease crept over them, prickling their skin like the first touch of frost. One among them, a boy named Batu, felt the weight of something ominous lurking just beyond their campfire's glow. He had heard the stories from his grandmother, tales of men who had disappeared into the night, swallowed by the Tengri's insatiable hunger. Batu often wondered if there was a truth hidden beneath the folklore. As the fire crackled, he found himself unable to shake off the feeling that they were being watched. Then, a sudden rustle in the tall grass set their hearts racing. The laughter died, and they exchanged nervous glances. The shadows lengthened, and from them emerged a figure, cloaked in darkness, its eyes glowing with a predatory light. The air turned icy, and the laughter that had filled the air moments ago turned to silence, thick and suffocating. "Who dares to mock the Tengri?" the figure rasped, its voice echoing like thunder across the plains. The young men stumbled back, their bravado evaporating like mist in the morning sun. They had awakened something ancient and terrifying, and the reality of their foolishness began to sink in. Batu's heart raced as he met the creature's gaze. He saw hunger there, a longing that transcended mere flesh. This was no ordinary spirit. It was a manifestation of fear and despair, a being that thrived on chaos and sacrifice. The Tengri, it seemed, had grown tired of whispers and stories. It sought flesh, fresh, warm flesh. The boys panicked, scrambling to their feet, but the Tengri moved with supernatural speed, blocking their escape. It was a grotesque figure, a fusion of man and beast, its limbs elongated and sinewy, its mouth a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth that glistened in the moonlight. The boys felt their hearts racing, pounding like war drums as they realized they were trapped. In that moment, Batu's grandmother's voice echoed in his mind, recounting the tale of a wise old shaman who had faced the Tengri long ago. "It can only be defeated by one who knows the truth of fear," she had said. Fear was the key to survival against this monstrous spirit. In that bleak moment, Batu's mind raced as he tried to remember every lesson and every warning. "Stand firm, brothers," he shouted, his voice shaking but resolute. "We must not show our fear." They formed a huddle, backs pressed together, their eyes darting around, searching for an escape. The Tengri loomed, its breath hot and fetid. But as they stood against the creature, Batu remembered the stories, the tales of those who had appeased the Tengri with offerings, not of flesh, but of valor and spirit. Perhaps, if they could outwit the beast, they could escape its terrible grasp. "Listen," Batu shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. "Tengri, you seek our fear, but we will not give it to you. We are stronger than your hunger." The Tengri paused, its glowing eyes narrowing as if contemplating his words. Batu continued, his voice rising above the crackle of the fire. "You feed on despair, but we will not despair. We honor the stories of old, the tales that bind us to the earth and sky. We are more than mere men." The creature hesitated, its form flickering like a candle's flame, unsure of how to respond to this unexpected defiance. For a fleeting moment, the boys felt a glimmer of hope pierce through the darkness that surrounded them. Perhaps the Tengri could be reasoned with. Perhaps it, too, had a heart buried beneath the layers of its monstrous exterior. With every ounce of courage he could muster, Batu began to chant the ancient words he had heard from his grandmother. He invoked the spirit of the land, calling upon the ancestors who had once roamed the very soil beneath their feet. For every syllable spoken, he felt the ground tremble, a power surging within him. The Tengri's growl deepened, a sound that reverberated through the air, sending vibrations down their spines. Suddenly, the earth split open behind them, a chasm that seemed to beckon with a dark promise. The boys were entranced, torn between the terror of the abyss and the wrath of the beast before them. The Tengri roared, a sound filled with fury and anguish, its form shifting and twisting as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling in its presence. In that moment of chaos, Batu realized the truth. The Tengri was not merely a monster, but also a guardian of balance, a reminder of the cost of hubris and folly. As the shadows danced wildly around them, he understood that their fate rested not only on their courage but also on their understanding of the world they inhabited. But before he could voice this new revelation, the ground began to quake violently, and the Tengri surged forward, teeth bared, ready to strike. A primal fear surged through Batu and his friends, a wave of terror that threatened to drown them. The chasm behind them widened, dark tendrils snaking out, eager to consume all. The boys could feel the gravity of their choices, the weight of their decisions hanging in the balance, a precipice they could not escape. With one last desperate cry, Batu summoned the courage of his ancestors. calling upon the spirit of the land to protect them from the Tengri's wrath. As the wind howled and the earth trembled, the battle between light and darkness raged on, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes at hand, each breath a step closer to either salvation or doom. The dance of life and death continued, swirling around them in a relentless tide, pushing them toward an uncertain fate, forever caught in the clutches of the man-eating Tengri. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced ominously on the stone walls, whispering the forgotten tales of ancient times. The air was thick with an electric tension, as if the very atmosphere held its breath, waiting for the stories of the 9 hell beasts to resurface. These were creatures spoken of in hushed tones, their tales woven into the fabric of a history that felt both distant and achingly close, a tapestry of terror and reverence. Long ago, in a world where magic and myth intertwined, each of the 9 hell beasts emerged from the darkest corners of humanity's fears. They were not merely monsters, they were manifestations of chaos, born from the most primal emotions: rage, despair, and the relentless hunger for power. Their existence was carved into the stone of ancient temples, painted on the walls of forgotten caves, and inscribed in dusty scrolls guarded by those who dared not speak their names. The first of the beasts, Zulathor, was a creature of fire and ash, its form constantly shifting like smoke in the wind. Legends told of its piercing eyes, glowing like embers, and its roar, which echoed the cries of those it had consumed. It thrived on wrath, growing stronger with each act of violence committed in its name. Villagers feared the day when Zulathor would rise again, a harbinger of destruction, leaving charred landscapes in its wake. Next came Nerith, the weaver of shadows. It was said that Nerith could take any form, slinking silently through the twilight, feeding on doubts and insecurities. The beast had a knack for sowing discord, whispering lies that carved deep rifts between allies. Once a friend turned enemy, the betrayal lingered, a bitter taste that never faded. Nerith thrived in the darkness of the human heart, a true puppeteer of despair, and its presence was felt whenever trust began to erode. The ground trembled at the mention of Gorthak, the brute of the abyss. Towering and grotesque, Gorthak was a creature forged from nightmares, covered in scales that glimmered like obsidian. Its strength was unmatched, a force of nature that crushed anything in its path. Many cities had fallen to its wrath, reduced to mere memories beneath its colossal feet. People often spoke in fearful whispers of the day Gorthak would awaken from its slumber, sensing the stirrings of ambition and greed in the hearts of men. Then there was Selthariel, the siren of sorrow, a transcendent beauty that lured the lost and lonely to their doom. Her voice was a haunting melody, capable of wrapping around the heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with every note. Those who heard her song often found themselves drawn to the cliffs where she sang, entranced and entrapped. Many had leaped into the abyss, hoping to embrace the dark promise of peace she offered, only to be claimed by the treacherous waters below. Kalthor, the frostworm, soared through the frozen skies, a creature of ice and despair. Its breath brought blizzards that swallowed entire towns, leaving only remnants of warmth and life buried beneath layers of frost. Kalthor was a keeper of secrets, entombing the hearts of those who lost their way in the cold. The mere mention of its name would send shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors, for they knew the emptiness it left could consume whole generations. Amidst them lingered Vekroth, the Haunter, a shapeshifter whose presence was often felt rather than seen. It thrived on fear, following those who dared tread into the unknown. Vekroth whispered nightmares that crept under the skin, bending the will of the most steadfast. With each encounter, its victims found themselves trapped in an endless cycle of terror, questioning reality itself, driving them to madness. Then there was Drakthul, the Blood Reaper, a harbinger of death who craved the lifeblood of the living. It was said that with every soul it claimed, Drakthul grew in strength, a dark specter haunting battlefields and nursing the seeds of conflict. The chilling sound of its blade slicing through the air became a symbol of inevitable demise, a reminder of the fragility of life. The eighth beast, Falthor, the crawler of despair, thrived in the shadows, creeping through the cracks of the mind. It fed on the sorrows of the world, growing fatter with the grief of lost loved ones and the pain of unfulfilled dreams. It was said that Falthor could wrap its tendrils around the heart, squeezing until hope faded into oblivion. People would find themselves trapped in an endless cycle of despair when Falthor roamed free, its cold touch a reminder of the darkness that lurked within. Lastly, there was Kelthus, the tempest, a swirling storm of fury and chaos. It tore through the skies, dragging thunder and lightning in its wake. Kelthus was born from human anger, and whenever emotions boiled over, it grew stronger, feeding off the chaos of uncontrolled rage. When its winds howled, children hid under their blankets, and adults locked their doors, praying to be spared from the wrath that would inevitably strike. These 9 hell beasts were more than mere legends. They embodied the struggles of humanity itself, reflecting the darkest corners of the soul. As the flickering fire cast its glow, the shadows twisted and turned, each beast lurking just beyond the light, waiting to remind the world of its fragile nature. Their stories echoed through time, a haunting reminder that even in the darkest places, there lies the potential for both fear and understanding. The air thickened with an unsettling anticipation as the flames flickered, hinting at the stories yet to unfold, the tales yet to be told. The fire crackled with a low, haunting sound, illuminating the faces of the gathered youth, shadows dancing wildly, twisting into shapes that seemed almost alive. They were there beneath the veil of night, the air thick with anticipation and uncertainty, their breaths mingling in the crisp autumn air. Each flicker of light reflected the thrill of shared secrets, sparking an energy that electrified the cool darkness around them. The village of Ek-Zaluus had long been shrouded in mystery, its history a tapestry woven with tales of lost spirits and youthful exuberance. The elders spoke in hushed tones of the ancient ones who roamed the hills, their laughter echoing through the trees like whispers of forgotten dreams. On this particular night, the youth, with fire in their hearts and shadows in their eyes, were determined to unravel the enigma that surrounded their home. A sudden chill swept through the air, making the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. The wind carried with it a scent of damp earth and old leaves, and, for a fleeting moment, the laughter of the spirits seemed to resonate around them. It was as if the past had awakened, urging them to listen, to feel, to understand. One of the girls, Maris, leaned closer to the fire, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think they can hear us?" Her question hung heavy in the air. They all turned to face the towering trees that encircled them, their gnarled branches creating a natural cathedral that felt both protective and ominous. The youth could almost sense the weight of the ancient roots beneath the soil, holding tight to stories of the past. As they shared their tales, laughter erupted, mingling with the crackling of the fire. But underneath the joy lay an undercurrent of fear of what they might awaken. A boy named Tarek, with wide eyes that reflected the flames, recounted the legend of the Ek-Zaluus. He spoke of the youthful spirits trapped in the woods, stealing moments from the living, forever bound to the earth by the choices they made in life. The stories danced around them, drawing them closer to the mystery, but also warning them to tread lightly. With each tale spun, the fire flickered brighter, as if feeding off the excitement and fear of the young storytellers. A sense of urgency swept through the group. They huddled closer together, hands clasped, as if to ward off the encroaching darkness. Maris spoke then of a ritual, one that had been forgotten by time but was still buried deep within their traditions. "If we call to them, maybe they'll share their wisdom," she said, her voice trembling with the thrill of possibility. As they stood, hands joined, hearts racing, they felt the cool breath of the night wrap around them. A low hum began to fill the silence, vibrating through the very earth beneath their feet. It grew stronger, resonating through their bones, sending shivers of anticipation coursing through their veins. They looked at each other, eyes wide in disbelief, feeling the invisible bonds of their past tugging at their souls. "Can you feel it?" Tarek whispered, his voice barely audible above the hum. "It's like they're here with us." Maris nodded, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The forest seemed to breathe with them, the rustling leaves echoing their excitement and fear. As they began to chant, the words flowed like water from their lips, ancient syllables that felt both foreign and familiar. The wind picked up, swirling around them, and the fire flickered violently, casting long shadows against the trees. Then, silence. The hum faded, leaving only the sound of their own breathing, quick and shallow. They exchanged nervous glances, the thrill of the unknown now tinged with trepidation. Had they disturbed something that should not be disturbed? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, strong enough to extinguish the fire in an instant. Darkness enveloped them, a heavy blanket that pressed against their skin. Panic surged through the group. Heartbeats drummed in their ears as they stumbled in the dark, grasping for one another, desperate to hold on to the warmth of human connection. Then a light flickered to life, a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of their racing hearts. They turned towards the source, eyes wide with wonder and fear. There, just beyond the trees, stood figures cloaked in shimmering light, their faces obscured, yet undeniably youthful. The spirits of Ek-Zaluas had answered their call. The air buzzed with energy, and the youth felt an overwhelming mix of awe and dread. The spirits, with laughter like tinkling bells, beckoned them closer. Maris stepped forward. Her heart caught between fear and an insatiable curiosity. "What do you want?" she called, her voice steady despite the tremors in her hands. The spirits moved closer, their forms flickering like candle flames. One stepped forward, shimmering and ethereal, and spoke with a voice that rippled through the air. "We seek what you have forgotten, the joy of youth untainted by sorrow." As the words settled in the air, a wave of emotion washed over the group. Memories of their own innocence flooded back, days spent chasing sunbeams, laughter echoing through the fields, carefree moments now lost in the harsh realities of adulthood. "Will you share that joy with us?" Tarek asked, his voice breaking the spell of silence. The spirit's eyes shone with a knowing light. To share is to give and to receive. But be warned, the joy you seek comes at a price. Will you pay it? The tension in the air thickened, and the youth exchanged uncertain glances. What could the price be? They stood on the precipice of a choice that could change everything, their hearts pounding in unison, unsure whether to step forward into the unknown or retreat back into the safety of their past. With the spirits hovering just beyond reach, the youth could feel their own desires battling against the unshakable weight of fear. The flickering shadows whispered promises of laughter, of memories made anew, while the darkness behind them loomed like an unforgiving specter. The fires of their youth, once extinguished, flickered once more, begging to be reignited. And so, standing on the threshold of ancient knowledge and youthful spirits, they knew they had only begun to scratch the surface of something greater than themselves. The night held its breath, waiting for their response in the stillness, as the glow of the spirits pulsed like a heartbeat in the darkness. The wind howled across the vast expanse of the steppe, weaving through the tall grasses like a whispered secret. Underneath the unyielding sky, shadows danced in the twilight, hinting at something otherworldly that lurked just beyond the flickering campfires. It was here, amid the rolling hills and the biting cold, that the stories of the witches emerged, tales of women who wielded powers that sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. In the small villages dotting the landscape, the air was thick with fear and reverence. The witches of the steppe were not mere figments of imagination. They were formidable beings, feared for their dark gifts. Legends spoke of their ability to summon storms and bend the will of men. The flicker of candlelight revealed faces etched with worry. Mothers clutching their children closer as they recounted the stories whispered late at night. A woman named Aisulu stood at the fringes of one such village. Her raven hair flowed like a dark river down her back, and her sharp eyes sparkled with an unsettling light. She was a witch, known for her ability to heal and harm in equal measure. Villagers sought her out when sickness plagued their family or when their crops withered under the relentless sun. But there was a price to pay for her gifts, an unspoken pact that left many trembling. One night, a brave young man named Armand ventured to her dwelling, desperation urging him forward. His sister lay gravely ill, and he had heard of Aisulu's healing powers. He approached her home with a heart pounding like a war drum, the chill in the air wrapping around him like icy fingers. As he knocked on the door, it swung open, revealing Aisulu standing in the shadows, a knowing smile on her lips. "Come in," she said, her voice like honey mixed with poison. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of herbs and something else, something dark and ancient. As she prepared a potion, Armand couldn't help but feel a sense of awe mixed with unease. The tales of her dealings with demons weren't merely folklore. They were warnings that echoed in the depths of his mind. What would it cost him to save his sister? In the flickering glow of the candlelight, Aisulu spoke of the spirits that roamed the steppe, beings that could grant power but demanded sacrifice in return. "Witches don't wield power for free," she warned, her voice low and unsettling. "The spirits of the steppe are hungry." Armand swallowed hard as she offered him a vial, its contents shimmering like stars trapped in glass. "This will heal her," she promised, "but one day you must pay the price." Her eyes bore into him, dark pools of knowledge and untold stories. As he left her house, the wind picked up again, sweeping across the steppe with a mournful cry. The weight of her words clung to him, a shadow that would not easily fade. He could already feel the price forming in his mind, a debt that would linger long after his sister was healed. Elsewhere, in another village, whispers of a different kind of witch stirred in the night. Isolde was known not just for her powers over nature, but for her mastery of illusion. She could transform the mundane into the magnificent, making even the most ordinary landscape shimmer with enchantment. Yet, with beauty came danger. The townsfolk were both captivated and terrified by her performances, as they felt the delicate balance between wonder and dread. One evening, under a canopy of stars, Isolde summoned a vision of ethereal beauty, a lavish feast that appeared out of thin air. Villagers gathered, eyes wide, entranced by the spectacle. But amid the laughter and revelry, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Those who indulged too deeply in her magic often found themselves lost, wandering the steppe, trapped in illusions of their own making. As the night wore on, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, watching with cold eyes. It was a demon, drawn by the allure of Isolde's magic. The villagers remained unaware, lost in their dreams, as the witch faced the creature lurking at the edges of her power. She knew that every spell woven carried the risk of attracting those who sought to corrupt her gifts. "Leave them be," she commanded, her voice steady despite the rising tension. The demon chuckled, a sound that echoed like breaking glass. It was a dangerous game, one where the stakes grew higher with each spell cast. Isolde's heart raced as she prepared to defend her village, tapping into the raw power of the steppe itself. The air crackled with energy, and she could feel the spirits swirling around her, waiting for her command. She would not let her magic be twisted into something dark and malevolent. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the night, Aisulu watched. She sensed the shift in the wind and the gathering storm that would soon envelop them all. The witches were bound by their powers, yet each wielded it differently, and that made them both allies and rivals on the unforgiving steppe. In the distance, thunder rumbled, an omen of chaos brewing on the horizon. As Isolde and Isulu's paths began to intertwine, the secrets of their powers threatened to unravel, revealing the thin line between healing and destruction. The winds carried whispers of ancient curses, and the spirits of the steppe stirred restlessly, eager to bear witness to the unfolding drama. What would happen when those seeking power collided with the very demons they feared? Would they emerge victorious, or would they be consumed by their own desires? The night deepened, and the campfires flickered uncertainly, each flame a heartbeat in the enchanting and terrifying tapestry of the steppe. Shadows twisted and turned, hinting at the stories yet to unfold, as the witches prepared to face the tempest that awaited them. The wind howled like a wounded beast, sending shivers down the spines of those gathered around the flickering bonfire. Shadows danced against the ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching out as if to snatch away the stories being told. It was here, where the flames licked the cool night air, that generations came together, sharing tales that echoed with the voices of the past. The air was thick with suspense, as if every word spoken was a thread woven into a tapestry of bravery, fear, and inevitability. As a child, Lila had listened wide-eyed to the elders, who spoke of monsters lurking in the depths of their ancestors' memories. These were not mere figments of imagination. They were the very embodiment of struggles faced by those who had walked before her. With every recounting, Lila felt the weight of history pressing down upon her, like a cloak woven from the sorrows and triumphs of her forebears. She knew well that the battle against the darkness was not just a personal fight, but a legacy shared by all. Ancestors were the unseen guardians, their spirits lingering just beyond the veil, ready to lend strength to those willing to confront their fears. The stories spoke of warriors who had fought against the shadows, their courage lighting the way for future generations. Lila could almost hear their voices whispering through the leaves, urging her to remember that she was never truly alone, even when faced with the most daunting of monsters. With each flicker of the flame, she envisioned the brave souls who had come before her, their hearts pounding in rhythm with her own. On stormy nights, she would often find herself curled up in her grandmother's lap, listening as the old woman recounted her own encounters with fear. "I remember," her grandmother would say, her eyes glimmering with a mixture of joy and sorrow. The night the wind howled louder than ever before. It was a night when the shadows seemed alive, reaching out with cold fingers to ensnare my heart. The child would lean in closer, captivated by the raw emotion in her voice, knowing that the fear was not merely for herself, but a shared inheritance passed down through centuries. History was painted with the colors of struggle and resilience, each stroke telling the story of a family that stood firm against the monsters that threatened to consume them. In a village long forgotten, a fierce woman named Mara faced the unknown with a heart full of defiance. She stood tall against the armies of darkness, fighting not just for herself, but for the future of her kin. The villagers remembered her bravery, reciting her name as a mantra against despair. Lila felt the fire of Mara's spirit flicker within her, igniting a courage she hadn't known existed. But it wasn't just the warriors who shaped this legacy. The whispers of poets and storytellers filled the air, crafting tales of loss and hope. They understood that fear could be transformed into something beautiful, that the monsters lurking in the shadows could be confronted through the power of words. Their verses echoed through time, urging the living to remember and honor those who had faced the darkness before them. As the bonfire crackled, Lila's mind raced with the stories she had inherited. Each tale was a piece of armor against the unseen terrors that haunted the night. The elders had taught her well. The monsters that roamed the earth were not just physical. They were the burden of doubt, the chains of despair, the feeling of isolation when the world grew dark. And yet she learned that strength lay not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to stand firm despite it. With a sudden gust of wind, the flames leapt higher, illuminating the faces around the fire. There was a shared understanding in their eyes, an unspoken bond that transcended time and mortality. They were not just individuals, but a collective, a community woven together by their ancestors' legacies. It was a reminder that they had the power to face their own monsters, to reclaim the stories that had been passed down like sacred artifacts. Each heartbeat was a drum, urging them to remember that fear was a part of life, but so was courage. And then, as if summoned by the collective energy, a chilling sound pierced the night air. A creature, unseen but felt, prowled the edges of their gathering. The hair on Lila's arms stood on end, but she found strength in the faces of her kin. The elders had faced beasts far worse than this, and their bravery surged through her veins. She glanced at her grandmother, whose eyes burned with fierce determination, and felt the warmth of her ancestors wrapping around her like an invisible shield. The stories of old lived within them, ready to be awakened. Layla rose, embracing the fear that coursed through her, letting it fuel her resolve. She could hear the voices of her ancestors, urging her to confront the shadows, to face the unknown. It was a dance as old as time, a ritual of bravery that required every ounce of her being. Perhaps it was not about vanquishing the monster, but about standing strong in its presence, reminding it that the light of her lineage would never be snuffed out. In that moment, Lila understood that the true battle lay not in the defeat of the monsters, but in the courage to confront them. And, as the night stretched on, with the winds howling and the shadows swirling, the stories of her ancestors surged forth, intertwining with her own spirit. She was not just a girl sitting by a fire. She was a warrior of the past, present, and future, armed with the wisdom of those who had come before her. With her heart racing, she stepped forward, ready to face whatever lurked in the night, knowing that she was never alone. The flames flickered, and the stories continued to unfold, waiting to be heard. In the quiet of the night, a chilling howl echoed through the valleys, sending shivers down the spines of the villagers. It was a sound that stirred ancient fears, whispering tales of loss, danger, and the shadows that lurked just beyond the firelight. The moon hung high, casting a silvery sheen over the fields where livestock grazed, oblivious to the ominous presence that haunted the edges of their world. The stars twinkled like distant eyes, watching, waiting, as the wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the weight of an age-old legend, the story of the Okno. The Okno, a spirit revered and feared, was known as the protector of livestock. This guardian was said to take the shape of a great white wolf, its fur shimmering like the moonlight itself, its eyes glinting with an ancient wisdom. When the Okno roamed the land, the beasts were safe, but when it retreated, darkness crept in, and danger lurked in every shadow. Farmers whispered their prayers to the Okno, their voices trembling with both hope and dread, for they knew that without its watchful gaze, their flocks faced peril. Years ago, in a village nestled between towering mountains and sprawling pastures, a young shepherd named Aiden felt the weight of this legend. Each night, as he settled under the stars, the stories of the Okno danced in his mind. His father had spoken of the wolf's incredible strength, how it could chase away predators with a single fierce growl. The stories filled him with a mixture of admiration and fear, fueling his dreams of becoming a hero, a protector, just like the Okno. One moonlit night, as Aiden led his flock back home, he heard it, a low growl that rolled through the air like thunder. His heart raced, and a chill gripped him. The sheep huddled close, sensing the fear that gripped their shepherd. Aiden scanned the shadows, every instinct urging him to turn and flee, but the legend tugged at him, pulling him forward. He had to know if the Okno was near, if the protector was still watching over his flock. As he stepped deeper into the woods, the air thickened with tension. He could feel something, an energy that crackled like static electricity, making the hair on his arms stand on end. Suddenly, through the heavy underbrush, a massive figure emerged. It was the Okno, all white and wild with eyes like molten gold that seemed to pierce right through Aiden's soul. Time stood still as they locked gazes, the shepherd and the spirit, each understanding the weight of their connection. In that moment, fear faded into awe. The Ochno didn't growl or snarl. Instead, it stood tall, regal, as if waiting for Aiden to unveil his heart. With trembling hands, he knelt before the beast, feeling the earth beneath him pulse with the rhythm of life. "Please protect my flock," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "I can't lose them." The Ochno's gaze softened, and for a fleeting heartbeat, Aiden sensed a promise, a pledge that he and his sheep would not face the night alone. Yet as dawn approached, the air grew thick with foreboding. The villagers had begun to notice the signs, hoofprints of something unnatural in the fields, the silence of the birds, and an unsettling stillness that hung over the land. Whispers spread like wildfire. Something had stirred the darkness, something that could threaten them all. The Ochno, the villagers believed, was retreating, perhaps sensing the rise of a more sinister force that craved chaos. When the first lamb went missing, panic swept through the village like a gust of wind that extinguished their flickering lanterns. Aiden felt the weight of despair press against his heart. He could not let fear paralyze him. With the memory of the Ochno's fierce gaze burning in his mind, he gathered a few brave souls, their hearts pounding with a mix of courage and uncertainty. They set out to chase away the shadows and restore the balance that had been so delicately maintained for generations. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the atmosphere grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and the echo of distant howls. Each step felt like a tether to the past, a reminder of the countless nights that the Ochno had roamed these very woods, protecting the innocent. The villagers clutched their torches tightly, casting flickering shadows that danced among the trees, each crackle of the flame a reminder that they were not alone in this fight. But then, just as hope began to swell, a blood-curdling scream shattered the night, a cry that echoed of loss and despair. Aiden and the others rushed forward, hearts racing, only to find a sight that would haunt their dreams. In the clearing, surrounded by the remnants of what once was a flourishing pasture, lay a dark figure, a menacing beast with sharp teeth glinting in the pale light. It fed on the remnants of the livestock, a terrifying silhouette against the backdrop of a once peaceful world. The villagers froze, fear gripping them like a vice as they realized the true danger that prowled their land. But Aiden felt a flicker of something else, a spark of defiance igniting within him. The Ochno had chosen him. Its spirit thrummed in his veins. He stepped forward, raising his torch high. "Get back!" he shouted, his voice cracking with urgency. The shadowy beast paused, its eyes narrowing as it shifted its focus from the fallen sheep to the young shepherd. Aiden could feel the tension crackling in the air, the weight of ancient battles fought and lost, the very essence of the Ochno urging him onward. In that heartbeat, the ground trembled as if the spirit of the protector was awakening, stirring from its slumber. The Ochno's presence felt near, powerful and resolute. Aiden called out to the spirit, pouring every ounce of his conviction into his plea. "We need you. Protect us." As if in response, a howl erupted from the depths of the woods, a haunting sound that echoed with ancient power. The villagers stood paralyzed, witnessing the legend come to life, the very embodiment of hope rising from the shadows. And just like that, the night swirled with energy as the Ochno emerged, a brilliant flash of white fur and fiery golden eyes charging into the fray. The dark beast faltered, surprise flashing across its face, and with a swift, graceful motion, the protector lunged forward. The clash of titans echoed through the clearing, a battle for the very soul of the land, as Aiden watched in awe, heart racing, knowing that the legend was not just a story. It was the beating heart of their existence, the guardian that would fight for them all. Beneath the endless expanse of the blue sky, a deeper shadow lurked, one that whispered secrets to the winds that swept across the plains. In Mongolia, where the horizon stretched infinitely, ancient tales intertwined with the faltering breaths of the past. Here, history was not just a series of events, it was the very air that settled upon the land, thick with the weight of stories long forgotten. Batar stood at the edge of the steppe, his heart heavy as he gazed out at the rolling hills, where the grass danced like waves in the ocean. The sun shone brightly above, but he felt an unsettling chill creeping up his spine. It was a day like any other, the kind that should inspire joy and warmth. Yet, something was amiss. The laughter of children echoed faintly in the distance, their innocent games playing out against a backdrop of history that held darkness in its embrace. Years ago, this land had seen warriors ride fiercely across the plains. The mighty Genghis Khan, with his unyielding ambition, had forged an empire that spanned continents, but not without a price. The very soil Batar stood upon was stained with the blood of countless battles, a silent testament to a past riddled with violence, betrayal, and heartache. Those who fell in the name of glory now rested beneath the earth, their dreams swallowed by the vastness of the steppe. As the wind picked up, it carried with it the echoes of the restless spirits, whispering stories of vengeance and sorrow. Batar shivered, remembering the legends his grandmother told him by the fire. She would speak of the spirits that roamed the steppe at night, hunting for those who had wronged them. They were not mere tales meant to scare children. They were warnings. The dark side of the eternal blue sky was not just a metaphor. It was a reality that loomed ominously over those who dared to forget the past. That same evening, Batar decided to visit the ancient ruins that lay not far from his home. They were remnants of a forgotten civilization, stones that had witnessed both beauty and brutality. The air was thick with the scent of wild sage, and as he approached the site, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out, grasping at the past. He ran his fingers over the cool stones, feeling the rough texture beneath his skin. Each stone was like a silent witness, holding secrets that could not die. In a chilling moment, he stumbled upon a weathered inscription, half buried in the earth. It told a story of betrayal, of a leader who had turned against his own people for power, leading them into a trap laid by a rival tribe. Batar's heart raced, for he understood all too well the weight of such actions. The betrayal echoed through time, just as it had once resonated through the hearts of those who suffered. The sun vanished behind the hills, and darkness enveloped the landscape. The cold night air wrapped around him like a shroud, and he could have sworn he heard faint cries in the distance, voices carried on the wind. Panic gripped him, yet he felt an irresistible pull to stay, to listen. The spirits demanded acknowledgement, a reckoning for the lives lost to greed and ambition. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled, and the earth groaned as if it were awakening from a long slumber. Batar stumbled back, heart pounding, as a spectral figure emerged from the shadows. Dressed in tattered garments of an ancient warrior, the apparition bore the sorrow of centuries. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, filled with the pain of betrayal and loss. Batar realized he was witnessing a fragment of history, an echo of the past, demanding justice, demanding to be remembered. "Remember me," the phantom's voice cut through the stillness, sending a jolt of fear and understanding through Batar. "I fell for the ambition of one who sought power, and I am but a whisper now, lost to the winds of time." Tears stung Batar's eyes as he felt the weight of the words. This was not merely a ghost, it was a plea from history itself. The eternal blue sky above may have seemed serene, but it concealed a tumult of emotions. A tapestry woven with threads of grief, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of power. Each thread told a story of humanity's darker inclinations, painted against the bright backdrop of hope and dreams. He listened as more figures appeared, each one representing a different facet of the same story. A mother lamenting her lost child, a brother mourning his slain sibling, a leader whose dreams of unification had ended in despair. They surrounded him, a chorus of souls whose voices blended into a haunting melody that resonated in his bones. Each wail, each whisper, was a reminder of the choices that had shaped this land, the choices that still echoed in the hearts of its people. As the night deepened, Batar felt the warmth of the sun give way to the cold grip of darkness. The eternal blue sky had transformed, revealing the stark contrast between the beauty of the day and the horror of the night. It was a reminder that within every light lay a shadow, and within every dream, a nightmare. He knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by the stories, the pain, the burden of remembrance. He understood now that the past could not simply be erased or ignored. It must be embraced, acknowledged. The darker sides of their history were as much a part of their identity as the triumphs that illuminated the skies above. Baitar's resolve strengthened. Realizing that he was not just a passive observer of history, he was a part of it. The spirits of the past reached out, intertwining with his own existence, urging him to honor their sacrifices. The night held power, a promise that the shadows could lead to understanding, to growth. In that moment he vowed to carry their stories forward, to ensure their voices were not lost to time. The ancient steppe, once a canvas of turmoil and sorrow, now felt alive beneath him. History pulsed with every heartbeat, every breath. As the first stars twinkled in the sky, Batar understood that this was not an end, but a beginning, a bridge to the next chapter, where the past would intertwine with the future, and the eternal blue sky would hold not only beauty, but the weight of all that had been. In the hushed twilight, when shadows stretch and the air hangs thick with an eerie stillness, the tales of ancient rulers whisper through the ages. The Khan of the dead, that formidable figure who reigns over the realm beneath the earth, has gripped the imagination of many. Legends tell of a hidden world, a dark domain where the living dare not tread and where the souls of the departed linger, caught in a web spun by fate. The Khan is not a mere specter, he is a powerful entity, draped in the weight of history and draped in the whispers of the wind. His throne is fashioned from the bones of fallen warriors, each piece a testament to lives once vibrant and now silenced. Those who have tread too close to the edge of life have spoken of him. His presence felt as a chill that crawls up the spine, a reminder that death is an inevitable companion. In the annals of time, the Khan has been celebrated and feared, a duality that shapes his legend. Some say he was once a great leader among men, his heart noble and fierce, guiding his people with wisdom and strength. But when the sands of time turned against him, he found solace in the underworld, transformed into the ruler of the lost. It is said that in moments of despair, he walks among the living, cloaked in shadows, searching for those who have strayed too far from the light. The stories speak of the entrance to his domain, a cavern so deep that it seems to swallow the very essence of hope. Those brave enough to approach can hear the echoes of distant wails, the cries of the restless souls who find no peace. But tales of his benevolence also arise. If one approaches with reverence, offering gifts of remembrance, tokens of the life they once lived, he may grant them a glimpse into the afterlife, a fleeting moment of understanding that transcends the veil of existence. Amidst tales of courage, there are whispers of doom. The Khan is a ruler who demands respect, a guardian of balance between life and death. Those who dare to mock him or disrespect the fallen find themselves ensnared in an eternity of torment. The Khan's laughter, cold and chilling, echoes through the caverns, a reminder that the grave keeps secrets that should never be disturbed. In the flickering light of a small fire, an old storyteller captivates his audience with vivid tales. His hands, gnarled and weathered, dance in the air as he weaves the story of a young warrior who sought the Khan's favor. The warrior, brave yet foolish, believed he could charm the ruler of the dead. He offered gold and gems, items of vanity. thinking they would sway the Khan's heart. But the Khan, with eyes like burning coals, saw through the bravado. In a moment of rage, he snatched the treasures away, leaving the warrior to confront the truth of his own mortality. The atmosphere shifts, heavy with anticipation. The listeners lean in, drawn by the tension that crackles like static in the air. The warrior, now stripped of his arrogance, realizes the folly of his actions. He pleads for forgiveness, his voice trembling. The Khan, wise in his judgment, offers a choice: to remain in his dark realm or to return to the world above, forever changed. The choice is a burden, a weight that crushes the heart. As the tale unfolds, the fire flares brighter, casting shadows that dance like lost souls around the gathered crowd. The storyteller's voice grows softer, threading through the silence, each word a cautious step into the abyss of the unknown. The audience can almost feel the chill of the underworld creeping into their bones, a shiver that speaks of the inevitability of death. Yet there remains a flicker of hope, a belief that the Khan, despite his fearsome reputation, offers a path to redemption. The young warrior chooses to return, freed from his arrogance. The Khan grants him passage, but with a warning: life is fleeting, and the choices made echo into eternity. With each heartbeat, the warrior carries the weight of his encounter, a reminder of the thin line between life and death. The storyteller leans closer, his voice barely a whisper, drawing the audience deeper into the narrative. He explains how the Khan's influence extends beyond mere fear. In the desolate moments of grief, when loved ones pass into memory, the Khan becomes a source of solace. It is said that he guides the souls of the departed, leading them to their final rest, ensuring no one is left to wander aimlessly in the shadows. The atmosphere thickens with emotion. Faces glisten with unshed tears. Hearts resonate with the weight of loss. The Khan, in his complexity, embodies the human struggle against the inevitable. He is not just a ruler of the underworld, he is a reflection of the love and sorrow that binds all living beings. Each tale told of him is a thread in the vast tapestry of existence, weaving together the joys and sorrows, the beginnings and ends. In this moment, the storyteller pauses, allowing the emotions to settle, the weight of the Khan's myth hanging in the air like a storm cloud. You can feel the tension, the unspoken fears and hopes swirling around the gathered crowd. They wait, breathless for the next word, the next revelation about the Khan of the dead, ruler of the shadows, keeper of the lost. The fire flickers, and the shadows stretch as if drawn by unseen hands, whispering promises and fears, echoing the unending tale of life and death that binds them all. And as the night deepens, the stories continue to flow, weaving a rich narrative that will not fade, a reminder that the Khan's domain is not a place to be feared, but a realm that holds the essence of humanity itself, where love and loss collide in an eternal dance. The storyteller's voice rises once more, carrying them deeper into the myth, promising that the next chapter of the Khan's tale is yet to be told, a siren's call to the heart's yearning for connection in the face of the inevitable. The wind howled like a mournful ghost, wrapping itself around the old village nestled at the foot of the frosted peaks, where legends took root in the icy ground. Just as the villagers began to settle in for the night, a chill pierced the air, seeping into their bones. It whispered tales of a time long past, a time when snowflakes danced under the moonlight, hiding a sinister truth. Little did they know, the snow demon was stirring, the spirit of winter awakened by the cold winds that swept through the valley. In the flickering light of a dimly lit tavern, the wood crackled in the fireplace, a fire struggling against the creeping cold. Old Man Barrett leaned forward, his gnarled hands wrapped around a mug of steaming brew. The tavern fell silent, the patron spellbound as he began to recount the tale of the snow demon, a legend that struck fear into the hearts of many. Each word fell like snow, blanketing the room in an icy grip. Many years ago, he said, his voice gravelly with age. The demon roamed freely, a figure cloaked in white, with eyes as cold as the winter moon. A shiver ran through the crowd, each listener lost in their own memories of frozen nights and flickering shadows cast by the moonlight. The demon, they said, took the form of a beautiful woman, her skin as pale as snow, luring the unwary with her haunting song. But her song was a trap. A melody woven with sorrow that promised warmth but delivered only despair. It was said that those who followed her into the woods were never seen again, their laughter lost to the howling winds. Outside, snow began to fall in thick flakes, blanketing the world in a soft white layer. The tavern doors creaked, a gust of wind bursting through, carrying whispers from the mountains. The temperature dropped a few degrees and the fire crackled nervously as if sensing something was near. A young girl, Mia, clutched her mother's arm tighter, her wide eyes scanning the room. "Mama, do you think she's coming?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, filled with the innocence of youth tinged with fear. Her mother smiled weakly, though her own heart raced. "It's just a story, dear, just tales to keep us safe." But deep down she felt a knot forming in her stomach, a dread that twisted and coiled like a serpent. The night dragged on, the wind outside growing stronger, rattling the windows and sending shadows flitting across the walls. Everyone's thoughts drummed to an unsteady rhythm. Were the stories of the snow demon truly just folklore? Or was there something wicked lurking just beyond the flickering firelight? As the clock struck midnight, an icy gust swept through the village, stealing warmth and breath alike. The tavern door flew open, revealing a figure that sent a collective gasp through the room. Wrapped in a cloak of white, the newcomer stepped inside, snow swirling around her like a living shroud. The fire flickered, casting an eerie glow that danced across her unearthly face. Her eyes, shimmering like frost on glass, swept over the villagers, and in that moment, time seemed to pause. Barrett's voice trembled as he continued, "And when the snow demon appears, the winds howl with fury, for she has come to claim her due." The cloaked figure moved gracefully, her presence undeniably captivating, yet imposing. Each step echoed in the hearts of those who saw her, a reminder of stories told to frighten children and keep the brave at bay. The tavern felt smaller, the walls closing in as fear wrapped itself around each villager, freezing the very air they breathed. Mia's heartbeat thrummed in her ears, the spellbinding aura of the woman pulling at her curiosity. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. The figure turned, a smile playing on her lips, revealing a glimpse of sharp, white teeth. "I am the keeper of winter's secrets," she replied, her voice smoothed like falling snow. "But tonight, the secrets belong to you." The villagers shifted uncomfortably, glancing at one another, each face reflecting a mix of confusion and terror. There was something enthralling about her, yet it reminded them all too well of the tales of sorrow, of those who dared challenge the icy grip of the snow demon and paid the price. Barrett leaned back, his eyes narrowing. "What do you seek?" he challenged, wrestling against the fear that threatened to engulf him. She stepped closer, the air around her suddenly colder. "I seek what is rightfully mine," her voice echoed, soft but like a winter wind, biting and sharp. "Many have forgotten the old ways, the balance that must be kept between the cold and the warmth." As she spoke, her gaze fell on Mia, the innocent girl still clutching her mother's arm. But the young remember, they are the threads that bind the warmth of the hearth to the cold of the snow. In the depths of the villagers' hearts, a realization began to dawn. They had long turned their backs on the traditions that had once kept them safe, the rituals that acknowledged the spirits of the land. The tales of the snow demon were not just warnings but reminders of respect for nature's power, a balance that had been cast aside in the quest for comfort. Outside, snow continued to fall, the village growing quieter under its thick blanket. An unease settled like fog, heavy and thick. The fire crackled in protest, the flames flickering as if trying to ward off the cold encroaching within. The snow demon's gaze lingered on Mia, a knowing smile curling her lips. "Remember this night well, child, for it is a dance of fate. The choice lies with you." With that, a gust of wind blew through the tavern, extinguishing the flames in a sudden rush of icy air. Darkness swallowed the room, and the villagers felt the weight of history pressing down on them, the ancient pact between humanity and nature whispering through the shadows. Just as quickly as it had come, the darkness retreated, leaving the tavern in a cold, stark silence. The snow demon stood at the door, the swirling snow dancing around her like a loyal pet. "The snow will take what it must," she said, her voice echoing in the stillness. "Will you allow it to take more from you, or will you remember?" And with that, she stepped into the night, the snow swirling around her in a mesmerizing dance, leaving the villagers to ponder the weight of her words. Outside, the howling wind continued to sing its mournful tune, echoing through the trees, the mountains watching silently, their secrets buried deep beneath the snow, waiting for the next chapter of the story to unfold. In the flickering shadows of a forgotten village, where the line between reality and myth blurred, a chilling wind whispered through the trees, carrying tales of beings born from the twisted union of humanity and darkness. This was a place where children dared not wander alone, where legends of half-human, half-demon creatures sent shivers down spines and ignited the fires of fear in the hearts of the brave. The sky was painted in hues of crimson and indigo, a perfect backdrop for secrets long buried, waiting to rise like a specter from the grave. In ages past, when the world was still discovering its own shadows, tales of these beings echoed in the chambers of ancient castles and around flickering campfires. They were known by many names: Cambions, Nephilim, and other whispered titles that sent tremors through the hearts of those who heard them. Each name carried with it a piece of history, a fragment of a story filled with both dread and fascination. They were said to walk among humans, often disguised as one of them, their features subtly altered, eyes that glowed ever so slightly in the dark, skin that shimmered eerily under the moonlight, or an aura that seemed to distort the very air around them. In the annals of history, the Cambions were believed to be born of forbidden unions between humans and demons, creatures of immense power and sorrow. The ancient texts spoke of a beautiful witch who fell in love with a demon prince, their passion igniting a war that would ripple through time. Their child, a living testament to their love, carried within them the weight of two worlds. As an adult, they roamed the earth searching for acceptance, often facing the disdain of both humans and demons, caught in a perpetual struggle for identity. One particular story lingered in the village, passed down through generations. It spoke of a girl named Ilara, born on a night when the moon was full and the winds howled like lost souls. Her mother, a healer revered in their community, bore the mark of the demon, a small scar shaped like a crescent moon tucked just beneath her collarbone. Ilara grew up knowing she was different, her senses sharper than those of her peers, her dreams plagued by visions of fire and shadow. Other children played in the sun while she wandered alone, feeling the weight of her lineage pressing on her shoulders. As the years went by, villagers began to whisper. They claimed that Ilara could summon storms with her anger, heal wounds with her touch, and even call upon the spirits of the forgotten. The villagers, initially drawn to her gifts, grew wary of the girl, their fear turning to suspicion. They spoke of her in hushed tones, glancing over their shoulders as if the shadows themselves might carry her secret to the skies. One fateful evening, as thunder rumbled in the distance, Ilara ventured into the woods, seeking solace among the ancient trees. The air crackled with energy, and a sense of foreboding filled her heart. She could feel the presence of eyes watching her, not from the shadows, but from within her. It was in that moment she finally acknowledged the truth that had haunted her for so long. The demon blood coursing through her veins was not merely a curse, but a part of her that demanded to be understood. As she wandered deeper into the forest, a storm brewed above. The wind howled, pulling her forward until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in an eerie light. Before her stood a figure cloaked in shadow, the outline of a magnificent being with wings that stretched beyond the trees, flickering like the flames of a dying ember. It was a demon, one who had once walked the earth and was now a memory, a part of history that had been forgotten by time. "Why do you weep, child of two worlds?" The figure spoke, its voice both a whisper and a roar, echoing through the clearing. Alara felt the weight of its gaze, a mixture of pity and understanding that sent chills down her spine. "You hide from what you are, from the power that courses through your blood." The air shifted, heavy with the promise of revelation. Alara's heart raced, the excitement and fear intertwining like the tendrils of smoke from a dying fire. "I don't want to be what they fear," she admitted, her voice trembling. "I just want to belong." The demon smiled, a flicker of light breaking through the darkness surrounding it. "Belonging is not found in the acceptance of others. It is the embracing of oneself. You must learn to harness the darkness, to let it guide you, not consume you." Alara's heart pounded. The storm raged around them, winds whipping through the trees like spirits lost in search of a home. But here, in this moment, she felt a strange calm. She could sense her destiny unfolding, the intricate threads of fate weaving together in a tapestry only she could see. She took a step forward, daring to challenge the fears that had shackled her for so long. Then, just as suddenly, everything changed. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the forest erupted with a cacophony of sound. Creatures of shadow darted around her, their forms indistinct but hauntingly familiar, whispering secrets of the past. They were the souls of the damned, the lost children of the demon realm, and they beckoned her to join them. They knew her lineage and saw a future intertwined with their own. In that moment, Alara understood she was not alone. The half-human, half-demon beings existed not just in stories, but in the very fabric of the world around her. They were the harbingers of change, the bridge between the light and the dark, and she was destined to walk that line, to bring balance where there was chaos. The shadows danced around her, swirling and beckoning, and with a newfound determination in her heart, Alara reached out toward the darkness, ready to embrace all that she was. This was not just her battle. It was a legacy that stretched back through the ages, an intertwining of souls that would forever change the world. As the storm raged on, tearing at the fabric of the night, the boundaries between what was human and what was demonic began to blur, setting in motion a series of events that would echo through time. Alara stood at the precipice, ready to take the leap into a destiny that awaited her, into a world where the lines of fear and acceptance would collide, giving rise to a new chapter in the story of the half-human, half-demon beings. And so, within the heart of the storm and the shadows that danced upon the forest floor, the story continued to unfold, each moment a thread woven into the fabric of history, each heartbeat a reminder that some ties are never truly severed, and that the dark and light exist not as enemies, but as intertwined allies in a dance as old as time itself. The moon hung low in the sky, a pale, ghostly orb illuminating the clearing where the villagers had gathered. Dark shadows flickered at the edges of the forest as if the trees themselves were holding their breath, waiting. The air crackled with tension, thick with fear and anticipation. Around a stone altar the villagers formed a circle, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of torches. They had come together for one purpose: to contain the forces that threatened to spill into their world. For centuries, rituals had served as the boundary between the earthly and the infernal, a bulwark against the dark entities that lurked just beyond the veil of human understanding. Each chant, each movement was steeped in history, passed down through generations, a tapestry woven with threads of blood, sweat, and tears. The villagers knew this was not merely tradition, it was survival. As the village elder stepped forward, his voice rose above the crackling fire, a deep, resonant tone that echoed through the silent woods. He held a ritual dagger, its blade shimmering ominously in the firelight. It was not just a weapon, it was a conduit, a link to the ancient powers that could either protect them or unleash horrors beyond imagination. The elder began to chant, his words an incantation that twisted and pulsed in the air, summoning forces that had lain dormant for too long. With each syllable, the temperature dropped, and a chill raced through the crowd. A little girl clutched her mother's hand, eyes wide with fear, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The villagers shifted uneasily, instincts screaming that something was stirring in the dark, something they could not see but could feel in the marrow of their bones. They knew that rituals had a way of awakening the very essence of what lay beyond the light, and they held their breath, praying it would work. Historically, the act of ritualistic invocation has been a part of human existence since time immemorial. The ancient Sumerians, long before recorded history, performed elaborate ceremonies to appease the gods and ward off demons that they believed wandered the earth and sky, seeking to wreak havoc on humanity. These practices involved offerings and prayers, designed to keep the fearful spirits at bay. In those early days, fear was a palpable entity, woven into the fabric of life itself. As the elders' chant intensified, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The flames flickered wildly, casting shadows that danced like phantoms around the clearing. A low growl reverberated through the trees, sending a ripple of terror through the villagers. This was not the first time they had gathered for such a ritual, nor would it be the last, yet each time felt as if it could be their last. The balance between their world and the world of spirits was a fragile one, maintained only through the strength of their beliefs and the power of their rituals. In the depths of the forest, something stirred. A dark silhouette lurked just beyond the reach of the firelight, drawn to the energy of the gathering. The villagers felt the presence, a suffocating weight that pressed against their chests. They had heard the tales of demons unleashed when rituals failed. Stories passed down through hushed whispers. They could almost hear the distant cries of those who had lost battles against the shadows. The elder raised the dagger high, its blade reflecting the fire's glow as he invoked the names of ancient protectors. Each name carried with it a history of triumph, and the villagers joined him in fervor, their voices rising higher, stronger, creating a wall of sound that reverberated through the trees. They poured their fears, their hopes, and their determination into the words, channeling their collective strength into the ritual. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the torches and plunging them into darkness. Panic erupted among the villagers, their hearts racing as they clutched at one another, fear clawing at their throats. The elder, however, remained unfazed, his voice cutting through the chaos, a beacon of strength amidst the rising tide of despair. He thrust the dagger down onto the altar, a swift, decisive movement that echoed in the silence. "By the power of the earth, the sky, and the ancient guardians, we bind you," he proclaimed, the words carrying the weight of centuries. In that moment, the very air crackled with energy, as if the forces of the universe were shifting, aligning to heed his call. From the depths of the forest, a shriek echoed, a sound that chilled the blood and set the hairs on the back of the villagers' necks on end. It was a cry of rage and hunger, a primal sound that spoke of darkness unleashed. The villagers exchanged terrified glances, hearts pounding, the realization sinking in that this was a battle, and they were standing on the thin line between safety and chaos. As the elder continued the ritual, the air filled with an electric charge, and the shadows began to writhe, coiling and uncurling like serpents. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a reminder that the world was alive, and not all of its inhabitants had their interests in mind. The strength of the ritual was palpable. A living thing that surged through the villagers, drawing them together in a desperate fight against the encroaching darkness. Outside the circle, the shadows pressed closer, eager to snatch the light away. The villagers could feel the cold tendrils of fear wrap around their hearts, a reminder of the power they wielded through their connection to their ancestors. With every chant, they reached out, not just to the ancient protectors of their land, but to the very essence of humanity's struggle against the unknown. The elder raised the dagger once more, his voice rising in a crescendo, and the villagers joined in, their unity forming an unbreakable bond that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. The flames erupted back to life, a triumphant blaze that illuminated the night, pushing the shadows back. Yet, in the depths of the forest, the lurking presence remained, waiting patiently for its moment to strike, a reminder that the battle was far from over. In the heart of that gathering, fear and hope intertwined, creating a tension that would resonate through time. The villagers knew that the rituals were more than mere words and movements. They were the lifeblood of their existence, a connection to something greater than themselves. As their voices rose together, they forged a bond that transcended the present, linking them to those who had come before and those who would come after. The night was still young, and the shadows were restless. The air hung heavy with the promise of both protection and peril. Each villager held their breath, wondering what would happen next, knowing that the dance between light and darkness was far from over. And as the elders' chant echoed into the night, the world around them pulsed with anticipation, waiting for the next chapter in their eternal struggle against the forces that sought to consume them whole. In a dimly lit tavern, shadows danced upon the walls, whispering stories of old. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shapes, and the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and spilled ale. A hush fell over the room as an old man, with a beard as white as the winter snow, leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper. "There are 7 demons, you know," he said, his eyes glimmering with a mix of fear and fascination. 7 demons of misfortune, each one a harbinger of despair. The patrons leaned closer, their hearts pounding in their chests. They could feel the weight of his words, the promise of something dark lurking just beyond the veil of their ordinary lives. The old man took a sip of his drink, then continued. "Let me tell you of their names and the terror they bring. The first demon," he said, "was known as Acheron, the wielder of shadows. This demon thrived on sorrow, feeding on the tears of the broken-hearted. Legends spoke of how Acheron roamed the earth, invisible yet potent, causing relationships to crumble and joy to wither. Many a lover's quarrel had been fueled by his wicked breath, transforming whispers of affection into screams of rage and regret. With every tear shed, he grew stronger, his sinister laughter echoing in the hearts of the distraught. Then there was Belam, the demon of war. He was a creature born from the chaos of conflict, reveling in the discord between nations and families alike. With a cruel smile, he thrived in the hearts of those who sought vengeance, fanning the flames of anger until they erupted into violence. The old man spoke of battles started over the most trivial grievances, of brothers turned against brothers, and how Belam's influence led to atrocities that would stain the pages of history with blood. His presence could turn even the kindest heart into one seeking revenge, blinding the righteous with fury. As the tale unfolded, the atmosphere grew tense. The flickering candlelight seemed to dim, the shadows creeping closer. The tavern's patrons exchanged nervous glances, their imaginations ignited by the old man's words. "And then," he said, his voice trembling with the weight of his own memories, "there is Cerberus, the keeper of secrets. This demon thrived on hidden things, secrets unspoken, truths buried deep. Cerberus delighted in exposing them, unleashing chaos upon those who dared to keep their pasts cloaked in darkness. Families shattered, friendships ruined, all in the name of a truth that should have remained hidden. It was said that even the strongest bonds could turn to ash in his wake. A shiver ran down the spine of every listener. The old man paused, looking each person in the eye, ensuring the gravity of his words settled in their hearts. The third demon was not the end. There were more to fear. Fourth is Lethargus, he continued, the demon of stagnation. He creeps into the lives of those who dare to dream. With his cold, clammy hands he stifles ambition, turning vibrant dreams into mere shadows of what could have been. Many have felt the weight of his presence in their lives, dreams deferred, opportunities lost, and the bitter taste of regret slowly poisoning their souls. Lethargus teaches us that time is merciless, and those who do not seize the day may find themselves forever trapped in a cycle of despair. As he spoke, a chill swept through the tavern, as if Lethargus himself had made an appearance. The patrons could almost feel the heavy fog of lost potential settling over their hearts, wrapping them in its suffocating embrace. The fifth demon was named Moros, the harbinger of hopelessness. A figure cloaked in shadows, Moros thrived on the despair that filled the hearts of men. He sowed seeds of doubt, whispering lies that grew like weeds in the fertile ground of fear. "He is the reason many lose faith," the old man murmured, "the voice that tells you you're not enough, that your struggles are insurmountable. When Moros walks among us, hope flickers like a dying candle, and dreams of a brighter tomorrow become distant echoes lost in the wind." The tavern was silent now, the weight of Moros's influence pressing down like a heavy cloak. One could see the fear etched on their faces, the realization that these demons were not mere myths, but reflections of the darkness that lurked within every soul. Next is Tenebris, the demon of loss, he revealed, his voice growing fainter. He takes the ones we love, leaving us with a hollow ache that never truly fades. His presence is not always felt through death. Sometimes he arrives when relationships fracture, when friendships fade, and when memories turn to dust. Every moment spent in his grasp is a moment of mourning, a reminder of what once was. The patrons shifted uneasily in their seats, the weight of loss pressing heavily on their hearts, each one grappling with their own haunting memories. Finally, the old man spoke of the last demon, the most terrifying of them all, Vermes, the devourer of time. With an insatiable hunger, Vermes stole moments from our lives, turning precious days into fleeting seconds. "He is the reason why we squander our time," the old man lamented. "He whispers that there will always be tomorrow, all while devouring the hours we once thought were ours to hold. We chase after dreams, only to find them slipping through our fingers like sand." The old man leaned back, the weight of the 7 demons hanging in the air like a thick fog, suffocating and inescapable. A shudder ran through the tavern, and the flickering candles cast long dancing shadows that seemed to mock the listeners. Each soul present had felt the touch of at least one of these demons in their lives, a chilling reminder that misfortune was not just a concept, but a reality lurking just beyond their consciousness. Each demon, a piece of the puzzle, held within them the stories of countless lives touched by despair. As the old man's tale came to a close, it felt as though the shadows grew thicker, the air heavier with the echoes of their influence. The patrons sat in silence, their hearts racing. Their minds racing faster, because as long as these demons existed, the fight against misfortune was a battle that would never truly end. The night was thick with fog, so heavy it clung to everything, wrapping the world in an eerie silence. Lanterns flickered as townsfolk whispered tales of a beast lurking just beyond the edge of their village. Shadows danced against the walls, and the air buzzed with an unshakable tension. Somewhere, a moth fluttered against a light, its frantic movements echoing the unease that seeped through the damp, cold air. In the year 1730, nestled in the remote hills of England, a series of grisly events began to unfold. Farmers reported their livestock vanishing without a trace. Sheep were found mangled, their blood soaking the ground, leaving a trail of unease rippling through the community. It was an invisible terror, one that gnawed at the villagers' hearts, leaving them restless as they whispered about the Hound of Dartmoor, a creature said to be as large as a horse, with eyes that glowed like embers in the night. As the moon rose high, a group of brave souls gathered, armed with little more than pitchforks and flickering torches. They ventured towards the moor, hearts pounding, each rustle of leaves making them jump. They were drawn by fear, but also by a desperate need for answers. They had heard the tales, a monstrous dog that roamed the dark, searching for its next victim. It was said that anyone who encountered the beast would be doomed to meet their end. In 1881, a different kind of dread unfurled in the quiet village of Banjul, Gambia. Here, the legend of the Bunyip took hold. Locals spoke of a creature lurking in the shadows of the riverbanks, said to be half human, half beast with eyes that pierced the gloom. Fishermen returning home late at night reported hearing chilling cries that echoed through the night, making the hair on their arms stand on end. They spoke of encounters, brief glimpses of something lurking just beneath the water's surface, waiting, always waiting. Then, in the rugged hills of Scotland, fear manifested in the shape of the Loch Ness Monster. With each decade that passed, tales of Nessie grew more extravagant, weaving between fact and folklore. In 1934, a photograph emerged, showing a long neck rising from the water, sparking debates that would last generations. Thousands flocked to the loch, eyes scanning the misty waters for any sign of the elusive creature. As they waited, excitement mixed with dread, fueled by the stories of those who swore they had seen the great beast glide effortlessly through the depths. In the early 1800s, New England bore witness to a different kind of horror, the Jersey Devil. Legend had it that a woman cursed during childbirth brought forth a creature with bat-like wings and hooves. This creature roamed the pine barrens, its shrieks piercing the night air, sending chills down the spines of those who dared venture into its territory. Families locked their doors tight, hearts racing at every unexplained sound, as they huddled close, listening to the whispers of their ancestors. In the mountains of Appalachia, a tale unfolded that would send shivers down the spine of even the bravest souls. The Wendigo, a creature born from the harsh, unforgiving winter and the desperation of hunger. It was said that those who succumbed to cannibalism transformed into this monstrous beast, forever cursed to wander the tundra. It was a warning wrapped in a fable, a tale that kept children close to their homes and adults wary of the freezing nights. With every passing decade, the stories expanded, growing richer and darker, feeding on the fears engraved in human hearts. During World War II, soldiers in the Pacific Islands reported sightings of the chupacabra, a creature said to drain the life force from livestock. Amidst the uncertainty of war, this new terror became a symbol of the unknown, a representation of the horrors that lurked beyond the battlefield. They spoke of a creature with spines down its back, eyes glowing with a hungry light, haunting their dreams and stealing their peace. In the wilds of Asia, deep within the forests of China, tales of the Yeren surfaced. This elusive, wild man was said to roam the mountains, a creature of legend, half shadow, half myth. Those brave enough to venture into its territory often returned with tales of guttural roars and fleeting glimpses of something gigantic moving through the trees. The fear was palpable, a living thing that clung to the air as if the forest itself were watching. Each encounter, each whispered tale, weaved a tapestry of fear and fascination, binding communities together in shared dread. As night descended, the stories grew louder, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. They were more than just legends. They became warnings that transcended time, a reminder of the darkness that could seep into the cracks of everyday life. And then, as if the air itself shuddered, a fresh chill swept over the land. The whispers began anew, revitalized by the resurgence of technology and the insatiable thirst for the unknown. People shared their sightings online, igniting a new wave of fear and curiosity. Reports flooded in from every corner of the world, and with them came the promise of fresh encounters. New monsters hiding in the shadows of modernity. The narratives twisted and turned, like the very creatures that inspired them, forever evolving, forever ethereal. Every story told, every chilling detail shared, only fueled the fire of fear and fascination. The line between reality and myth blurred, giving birth to new legends while keeping the old ones alive, a cycle of terror and wonder that promised to never truly end. As the fog thickened once more, another night of restless whispers began anew, echoing with the ghosts of those who had come before, eternally entwined in the fabric of time. The encounters continued. A haunting reminder that monsters, both real and imagined, would forever stalk the edges of human existence. A thunderous roar echoed across the steppes of Mongolia, shaking the earth and rattling the bones of those who dared to listen. The sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously in shades of gray and black, as if the heavens themselves were stirred by the presence of something extraordinary. For centuries, this land had been shaped by legends, and none was more potent than that of the Mongolian dragon, a creature of immense power and uncontainable chaos. In ancient texts and tribal stories, the Mongolian dragon was not merely a beast to be feared. It was a symbol of the fierce spirit of the Mongolian people. Tales told of its shimmering scales, glistening like fresh rain on parched earth, and its eyes, deep and penetrating, capable of seeing into the very souls of men. The dragon represented not only sovereignty but the fierce struggle against overwhelming odds. It was said that the dragon could summon storms, raising winds that could send even the mightiest warriors tumbling into despair, their courage swept away like autumn leaves before a tempest. Beneath the vast sky, a young boy named Batu sat alone, listening to the whispers of the elders as they spoke of the dragon. His heart raced with a wild mixture of fear and wonder. "What if I could summon the dragon?" he thought, his imagination igniting like a spark in dry grass. He closed his eyes, picturing the magnificent creature soaring high above, casting a shadow that stretched for miles, bringing both chaos and power in its wake. But Batu's mind was not just filled with dreams of might. The dragon's stories were laced with tragedy. Many had sought to harness its power, believing that by doing so they could rule the land. Yet the dragon was a fickle ally. Those who bore malice in their hearts fell victim to its wrath. It was said that a great Khan once attempted to bind the creature to his will, only to find himself cursed and his empire crumbling into dust. The whispers of the elders warned that the dragon would test those who sought it, revealing their true nature in the process. As Batu grew, so did the stories of the dragon. The people spoke of the devastating raids from neighboring tribes, the clashes that left the land scarred. Yet, in every tale of struggle, there was the flicker of hope, the belief that the dragon would rise again to protect them. The fires of resistance burned in the hearts of the Mongolian people, fueled by the looming presence of their mythical guardian. One fateful night, under a moon that glowed like molten silver, Batu stood at the edge of a cliff, the wind howling around him. He felt a pull in his chest, a calling so strong that it made his skin tingle. Suddenly the ground trembled and he could hear the roaring of the dragon echoing through the mountains like a wild anthem of power and chaos. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the moment of reckoning. The air thickened with tension as Batu raised his arms to the sky, a plea for strength and clarity. The clouds churned above him, swirling like a vortex as if answering his call. And then, in a flash of lightning that lit up the night, the silhouette of the dragon appeared, a magnificent creature with wings that spanned the horizon and a body wreathed in storm clouds. In that instant, a connection sparked between Batu and the dragon, a thread woven from dreams, fears, and the unyielding spirit of his ancestors. But with this connection came a profound realization. Great power carried with it great responsibility. The dragon roared again, and this time the sound resonated in Batu's very bones, a reminder that chaos was always just a heartbeat away. The skies darkened further, and he understood that he was at a crossroads. Would he embrace the dragon's chaos, or would he forge a path of his own? Batu glanced back at his village, the flickering lights of homes nestled in the valley below. He saw his friends and family, their faces illuminated by the firelight. Their laughter echoing into the night. The dragon's power could protect them or destroy them. The boy's heart raced as he felt the weight of generations upon his shoulders. The fate of his people hung delicately in the balance, swaying like the grasses in the wind. With wings unfurled, the dragon soared closer, its fiery breath illuminating the night. Batu's heart pounded. It was a dance of chaos and power that brought goosebumps to his skin. He felt the raw energy of the creature coursing through him, filling him with courage, yet he also sensed the lurking danger. The dragon was a force of nature, untamed and wild. It could just as easily bring destruction as salvation. Realization washed over him like a flash flood. He could not control the dragon. He could only stand alongside it, united in purpose. The legacy of the Mongolian dragon was not about domination. It was about harmony with the elemental forces of the world. Embracing that meant acknowledging his own fears, his own desires, and the chaos that lived within him. With a final roar that pierced the heavens, the dragon spiraled upward, pulling Batu with it into the stormy skies. The boy felt exhilarated and terrified, knowing he was now part of something far greater than himself. He looked down at the vast expanse of Mongolia, the land of his ancestors, and marveled at how small his village appeared. Yet within that smallness lay the powerful heart of a people who had weathered storms and thrived amidst chaos. The thunder rolled fiercely, and with every clap, Batu felt the pulse of the dragon resonating within him. The stories of the past rushed through his mind like a rushing river, tales of battles fought, of love and loss, of triumph and tragedy. The Mongolian dragon was not just a creature of myth. It was the spirit of resilience that lived in every soul who called this land home. As the winds whipped around them, Batu and the dragon soared into the night, a magnificent dance of power and chaos. The sky opened up, and the first drops of rain began to fall, cleansing the earth below, preparing it for the birth of new beginnings. The boy felt the electricity of change crackling in the air, an unending story waiting to unfold, a promise of hope and fear intertwined in the heart of every Mongolian. The dragon's legacy would continue, a testament to the unyielding spirit of a people who dared to dream, even in the face of chaos. The wind howled across the vast expanse of the steppe, carrying with it whispers of ages long past. Here, beneath an endless sky, where the horizon seemed to stretch into infinity, shadows danced over the grass like phantoms of history. Legends were woven into the very fabric of this land, tales of ancient warriors and forgotten tribes that once roamed its wild plains. The air tingled with an electric energy, a reminder that not all stories fade away. Some linger, waiting for the right moment to awaken. In the quiet of twilight, a lone traveler wandered through the rolling hills, his heart echoing the rhythm of countless footsteps that had walked this ground before him. He paused, feeling the chill creep into his bones. The sun hung low, casting a golden light that flickered like a lantern, illuminating both the beauty and the haunting desolation of the steppe. Here, stories of the past seemed to breathe, and the traveler could swear he felt eyes watching him from the shadows. Long ago, the mighty Mongol Empire swept across these lands, its fierce horsemen carving their names into history. Genghis Khan, a name that still sent shivers down the spines of many, had rallied tribes under one banner, forging a legacy of conquest and glory. Yet, with power came sorrow, as the cries of those lost in battle echoed in the hearts of the survivors. The ghosts of the steppe were not just remnants of the past. They were the guardians of untold stories, lingering like mist over the hills. As night fell, the traveler stumbled upon an ancient burial mound. The air grew thick with an unsettling silence, as if the steppe itself held its breath. This was a sacred place where warriors were laid to rest, their spirits believed to ride the winds for eternity. Legends spoke of restless souls, wandering the plains in search of peace, their cries lost in the rustling grass. The traveler knelt, placing a hand on the cool earth, feeling the pulse of history beneath his fingertips. He could almost hear the distant thuds of hooves and the clash of swords, but the sounds of battle were drowned out by whispers, soft, pleading voices that tugged at his heart. A chill ran down his spine. He reflected on the tales of the ghostly riders, seen only by those who dared to listen. They were said to appear at dusk, illuminated by the pale light of the moon, their faces etched with sorrow. Some claimed to have seen them gallop across the horizon, their horses kicking up clouds of dust, a reminder of the glory that once was. The traveler felt a deep ache within him, a connection to the pain and pride of those who came before. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the steppe, carrying with it a sense of urgency. It swirled around him, wrapping him in its icy embrace. The traveler looked up, his breath catching in his throat as he spotted a figure on the distant ridge. Clad in tattered garments, a ghostly warrior stood, his face obscured by shadows. For a moment, time stood still, and the traveler felt the weight of history press upon him. The figure raised an arm, a silent gesture that sent a shiver coursing through his veins. The traveler's heart raced. He glanced around, half expecting to see others, but he was utterly alone. The steppe was silent, yet filled with an undeniable presence, as if the land itself had come alive with the unspoken stories of its past. He felt drawn to the ghostly figure, compelled by an invisible thread that tugged at his very soul. With each step, the grass whispered beneath his feet, urging him forward, as if the spirits were guiding him. As he reached the ridge, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the night like smoke on the wind. Yet a sense of urgency remained, a pull toward something deeper, something that beckoned from the shadows. The traveler's pulse quickened. What secrets lay buried beneath the surface, hidden in the stories of the steppe? Would he find answers, or only more questions? In the distance, a haunting melody drifted across the plains, soft yet chilling, echoing the sadness of years gone by. The sound grew louder, wrapping around him like a mournful lullaby, each note steeped in the pain of loss. He closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him, feeling the weight of regret and longing that filled the air. It was as if the ghosts were singing, their voices rising and falling like the undulating grass, weaving their tales into the very fabric of the night. The traveler felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. How many had suffered on this land, their stories untold, their dreams shattered? He thought of the warriors who had fought bravely, the families torn apart, and the memories that lingered like scars upon the earth. Each note of the haunting melody seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the steppe itself, a reminder that the past could never truly be forgotten, no matter how far time stretched. With a sudden rush of determination, the traveler turned and sprinted back to the ancient burial mound. The wind howling in tandem with his quickened breath, he could feel the presence of the ghosts around him, urging him to listen, to remember. The air crackled with energy, as if the very essence of the steppe was alive, alive with voices yearning to be heard. Was it possible to connect with the spirits of the past, to give them a voice once more? He dropped to his knees, pressing his palms against the ground, feeling the vibrations of the earth beneath him. "I hear you," he whispered into the night, his voice shaking with emotion. "I remember." And in that moment, the air grew thick with a sense of communion, as if the steppe itself responded to his plea. The shadows lengthened, stretching out before him, and he felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude wash over him, as if the spirits were acknowledging his presence. Yet, just as suddenly, the warmth faded, replaced by a chilling emptiness. The whispers grew more urgent, echoing in his ears, pulling him back toward the shadows. He rose, heart racing, caught between the worlds of the living and the dead. What were they trying to tell him? As the night deepened, the wind carried their tales, weaving a tapestry of grief and bravery that would forever be etched into the steppes' history. And just beyond the horizon, more secrets awaited, buried beneath the silence of the grass. Each step the traveler took would lead him closer to the heart of the haunting tales, where the past intertwined with the present, and the ghosts of the steppe whispered their stories into the night. The wind howled through the trees like a chorus of lost souls, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of an unseen beast. In the small town of Clearwater, the air was thick with tension, a palpable fear that clung to the skin like a second layer. Children huddled together, eyes wide, while adults whispered in hushed tones, casting glances at the dark clouds swirling ominously above. Something was coming, something monstrous. Throughout history, mankind has looked to the skies, their hearts pounding with anxiety as nature unleashed its fury. When the earth quaked and the sky raged, tales of monsters emerged, intertwining with the fabric of disasters. In ancient Greece, when Mount Etna erupted, locals spoke of Typhon, the giant with 100 dragon heads, believed to be the source of the volcano's wrath. They could almost hear his thunderous laughter echoing in the distance, a reminder that nature had a will of its own, one that could summon monsters from the depths of human imagination. The Great Flood of 1931 in China swept away entire cities, leaving millions homeless. Survivors told tales of the water monster, a creature born from the turbulent rivers, dragging souls into its depths. This monster was not just a figment of imagination, but a symbol of nature's unstoppable power. Those who lost everything clung to these stories, their fear transforming into a monstrous specter that haunted their dreams, a tangible representation of their grief and loss. In Japan, the legend of the kappa emerged from the shadows of natural disasters, tales of water-dwelling creatures that would lure children to watery graves. After the devastating 1923 Great Kanto earthquake, when cities crumbled and fires raged, the stories grew, intertwining with the collective trauma of the people. The kappa became a scapegoat for their pain, a way to personify the chaos that had disrupted their lives. With each aftershock, whispers of the kappa echoed through the streets, a reminder that even in calamity, the line between reality and myth blurred dangerously. As the world turned, the connection between monsters and natural disasters deepened. The 1815 eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia created a volcanic winter, leading to widespread famine. In the wake of such despair, myths arose of the flame demon that dwelt within the mountain, punishing humanity for its sins. Villagers gazed at the ashen sky, their imaginations ignited by the flames of their fears. In their minds, the demon danced among the clouds, a vengeful spirit unleashed by nature's fury. The great earthquakes of San Francisco in 1906 gave rise to the infamous earthquake beast, a creature that thrived in fault lines, waiting for its moment to strike. Survivors recounted how they felt its presence, a chilling sensation that crept through their bones as the ground shook violently. The monster was a reflection of their terror, a manifestation of the chaos that shattered their lives. In the midst of destruction, these stories wove a tapestry of fear, uniting the community in their shared horror. In more recent times, Hurricane Katrina ravaged New Orleans, leaving a city submerged and broken. As the floodwaters rose, tales of the Bayou Beast emerged, an entity that thrived in the chaos, preying on the lost souls trapped in the storm's wrath. In the wake of such devastation, the monster became a focal point for the city's grief. It represented the darkness that lay in wait, a reminder that even in rebuilding, the scars of disaster would linger. The emotional weight of these stories can be felt in every culture. The connection between monsters and natural disasters acts as a balm for the collective trauma. In the face of overwhelming devastation, these creatures become symbols of survival, resilience, and the human spirit's ability to confront the unknown. They remind us that beneath the surface of terror, there is a shared experience, an understanding that we are not alone in our fears. As the storm clouds gathered over Clearwater, the townspeople clutched their loved ones tightly, an unspoken bond forming among them. They had heard the stories, the legends of monsters that followed in the wake of devastation. Yet it was not just the fear of the creature that gripped their hearts. It was the dread of what it represented, the fragility of life, the unpredictability of nature, and the ever-looming possibility of loss. History teaches us that monsters are not merely creatures of fiction, they are the living embodiment of our fears. Born from the chaos that surrounds us, from the roaring winds of hurricanes to the trembling earth beneath our feet, nature's fury gives rise to the monsters that haunt our dreams. The tales may differ from culture to culture, but the underlying truth remains the same. When nature strikes, it awakens something deep within us, a primal fear that cannot be ignored. In Clearwater, as the winds grew wilder and the shadows stretched longer, the townspeople stood united, a collective heart beating in rhythm with the storm. Fear swirled around them like the wind, but so did hope, for in their stories of monsters, they found a way to confront their darkest fears. They understood that the monsters were reflections of their pain and resilience, waiting to be challenged, to be faced head-on. As the first drops of rain began to fall, echoing like the heartbeat of the earth, the horizon darkened, and the ground shuddered beneath their feet. In that moment, every legend, every whispered tale, every shared fear converged into a singular truth, a truth that bound them together. With a collective breath, they braced themselves, not just for the storm, but for whatever lay at the intersection of their deepest fears and the raging forces of nature. The monsters were coming, and so was the storm, entwined in a dance as old as time itself. As the moon hung high in the night sky, casting eerie shadows across an ancient village, people lay restless in their beds, their minds entwined in worlds unseen. Whispers of dreams floated through the air, thick with foreboding and mystery. In the hushed corners of this quiet town, the fabric of reality began to thin, and the line between the conscious and the subconscious blurred. It was here, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, that dreams took on a life of their own, dark, troubling visions that lingered long after dawn's first light. For centuries, dreams have captured the human imagination, stirring emotions that range from sheer terror to unyielding curiosity. In many cultures, they were seen as messengers from the divine or warnings of unspeakable horrors lurking just beyond the veil of sleep. People recorded their dreams in journals, seeking meaning and clarity in the swirling murk of the night. Yet, as history unfolded, an unsettling twist emerged. The idea that some dreams were not merely reflections of our waking fears, but rather an invitation for darker forces to intrude upon our slumber. The ancient Greeks believed that dreams were the gateways to the supernatural. They spoke of oneiroi, the personification of dreams, who traversed the night delivering visions crafted from the very essence of the gods. Yet, hidden within the beauty of these dreams were ominous tales. Some warned of impending doom, while others invited unholy spirits to invade the dreamer's mind. In this realm, the line was perilously thin between the sacred and the profane, a dance of shadows that left its traces on the souls that dared to sleep. In medieval Europe, dreams took on a chilling significance as the age of demonology emerged. The Church, with its iron grip on society, began to interpret night terrors not as mere figments of imagination, but as evidence of demonic influence. Scholars like St. Augustine and later Thomas Aquinas provided frameworks for understanding these nightmares, painting them as manifestations of sin and temptation. The dream world became a battleground, where angels and demons waged war over the souls of the unsuspecting. Imagine a peasant in a dim, straw-roofed cottage, tossing and turning under the weight of an oppressive blanket. In his half-sleep, grotesque figures danced around him, their eyes glinting with malice. Each night these visions grew more vivid, more real, as whispers of the infernal echoed in his ears. The village healer, an old woman with gnarled hands and a knowing gaze, would murmur words of caution. "Beware the dreams, for they carry the weight of the other world." They became a source of fear, a reason to avoid sleep altogether, as restless souls wandered through darkened streets, desperate for respite. As the Renaissance dawned, the understanding of dreams began to shift. Artists and thinkers explored the psyche, weaving dreams into their work, revealing the complex tapestry of the human experience. Yet the shadows of demonology still loomed large. In the art of the time, one could find haunting imagery of nightmarish creatures, their forms twisted and grotesque, reflecting the dark fears that plagued society. The visions of Hieronymus Bosch, with their chaotic landscapes of sin and salvation, stirred the minds of many. Dreams became a canvas for the fears of the age, a reflection of the turmoil that gripped the hearts of men and women. And yet, even as the Enlightenment approached, the power of dreams over the human psyche could not be denied. The likes of Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung would later probe the depths of the mind, but the remnants of ancient beliefs lingered. People still spoke in hushed tones about the nightmares that haunted their sleep, the specters that crept into their dreams with malicious intent. The tales of succubi and incubi, demon lovers that preyed upon unsuspecting souls, grew from whispers to unsettling truths. Each encounter with darkness left a mark, a scar on the soul that no amount of daylight could erase. In a small village, a woman named Eliza became the focus of fearful whispers. For nights on end, she awakened in a cold sweat, gasping for breath as visions of a shadowy figure loomed above her. The townsfolk, steeped in their own superstitions, believed she was cursed, haunted by a demon that thrived on her fear. As they watched her with a mix of pity and dread, the boundaries of her reality began to slip away. Was she merely dreaming, or was the darkness truly closing in around her? As dusk fell and the stars twinkled above, Eliza would sit by the window, her heart pounding in rhythm with the distant echo of her nightmares. Each night felt like a descent into madness. She would scribble her dreams in a tattered journal, hoping to unlock the mystery of her torment. Yet, with every entry, the shadows grew more pronounced, and the whispers in her dreams grew louder, taunting her with glimpses of despair. From the annals of history, the tales of dreams and demons continued to intertwine, feeding off one another in a ceaseless cycle of fear and fascination. In cultures around the world, dreams were seen as omens, gateways to the unknown, and the battlegrounds of the soul. As the sun set, shadows danced against stone walls, and the realm of sleep beckoned. With each passing night, the line between reality and the supernatural continued to blur, leaving a haunting reminder that not all dreams are meant to be understood. And so, as the village's fears spiraled into the night, a new dreamer awaited. A child, innocent and untainted by the darkness that had come before, felt the pull of the dream world. Little did they know, lurking just beyond the veil, the specters of the past awaited their moment to reclaim dominion over the slumbering minds of the unsuspecting. The cycle of dreams and demons was far from over. It was merely shifting once again, ready to ensnare another soul in its inescapable grip. In the flickering light of a single lantern, shadows danced across the walls of a yurt, each movement a whisper of ancient stories and timeless traditions. A gathering of villagers sat cross-legged on the floor, their faces glowing with anticipation. Tonight was special, a night when masks would come alive and the spirits of the past would walk among them. The air crackled with energy, thick with the scent of burning juniper, an offering to the unseen forces that guided their lives. The first mask was unveiled, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, intricately carved from wood and adorned with vibrant colors. The mask depicted an eagle, its wings wide and proud, embodying strength and freedom. As the performer slipped it over his head, the transformation was mesmerizing. The mere act of wearing the mask was not just a performance, it was a sacred ritual connecting the living with the spirit world. The villagers watched, breath held as the dancer began to move, each motion telling stories of triumph and survival. Goosebumps crept up their arms, a visceral reminder that these masks were not mere decorations, they were vessels of meaning, rich with history and emotion. Masks have always held a profound significance in Mongolian culture, a reflection of the land and its people. Historically, as nomadic tribes traversed the vast steppes, they relied on the natural world for survival. The animals that roamed the plains were revered, embodying qualities that the people aspired to. Masks became a bridge to these qualities, serving as a way to honor the spirits of nature and the ancestors who walked before them. Each mask was a unique testament to the stories of families, clans, and the very essence of Mongolian identity. The performers adorned in their masks were not just entertainers, they were shamans, warriors, and guardians of history. Each character brought forth from behind the mask represented a lesson, a warning, or a celebration. The crowd gasped as a fierce wolf mask emerged, its fierce eyes glaring and its teeth bared. This was no mere act of play. It was a powerful reminder of the wild and untamed spirit of the Mongolian wilderness. The dancer shook with the raw energy of the wolf, embodying its cunning and strength. The villagers clapped and cheered, their hearts pounding in unison, feeling the primal connection that the mask forged between them and their ancestors. As the night wore on, the masks transformed into the faces of legends. A dragon, fierce and majestic, took to the stage, its scales shimmering under the lantern's glow. This was not just a creature of myth. It represented the aspirations and dreams of a people who had faced adversities and emerged victorious. The tale of the dragon was woven into the very fabric of Mongolian lore, a symbol of resilience and hope. The audience was captivated, their spirits lifted high as they felt the weight of history resting upon their shoulders. Yet masks in Mongolian rituals were not solely about celebration. They also served as a medium for healing and protection. Older villagers spoke of times when the masks were used in rituals to ward off evil spirits, to cure illness, or to bring about good fortune. Each mask, with its distinct features and colors, held a specific purpose. The red mask was often linked to bravery and strength, while the blue one symbolized peace and tranquility. The stories surrounding these masks were passed down from generation to generation, a thread binding the past with the present. Listeners found themselves hanging on every word, their imaginations igniting with visions of ancient shamans invoking the spirits. A sudden shift in the atmosphere enveloped the yurt as a haunting mask emerged, a representation of a lonely spirit. It was painted in muted colors, its features exaggerated and sorrowful. The performance took on a somber tone as the dancer, cloaked in melancholy, moved gracefully to the mournful rhythm of the throat singers whose voices rose like the wind across the steppes. The villagers watched, entranced and introspective, feeling the weight of loss and longing that the dancer conveyed. Tears glistened in their eyes, a testament to the power of the mask to evoke deep emotions, to remind them that life is a tapestry woven with joy and sorrow, interlaced with the memories of those who have passed on. As the night reached its climax, the final mask was revealed, a mask of the sun, radiant and vibrant. It shone with golden hues, casting a warm light that enveloped the audience. The dancer embodied the spirit of renewal, of hope rising from despair. The performance reached a fever pitch, a celebration of life itself as the villagers joined in, their voices merging with the dancers in a harmonious chorus of gratitude to the sun, the giver of life. Laughter echoed, hearts soared, and for a fleeting moment, time stood still. In every mask, crafted with care and reverence, there lay a history waiting to be told, a history alive with the essence of a people who had weathered storms, faced the unknown, and emerged strengthened by their traditions. Each ritual, every performance, was a reminder of the bond that connected them to their ancestors, the land, and one another. The masks were more than just art. They were a lifeline, a pulse that resonated through the ages. As the lantern's flicker dimmed and the final echoes of song faded into the night, the villagers felt a haunting sense of unity, as if they were part of something much larger than themselves. The masks, now resting quietly, still carried the energy of the evening, whispering secrets of resilience, love, and the eternal dance between the seen and unseen. And as they stepped outside under the vast Mongolian sky, they knew the stories were far from over. The masks would soon awaken again, ready to weave new tales beneath the stars. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over the village, a hush fell over the crowd gathering around the flickering fire. The flickering flames danced in the twilight, illuminating the faces of eager listeners, young and old. Their eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and trepidation, for they knew that as darkness enveloped the earth, the stories that emerged held power over the fears that lurked in the night. In ancient times, when the world was still young, the whispers of the wind carried tales of monsters that roamed the land. These creatures, born from the nightmares of humankind, were not merely figments of imagination. They were embodiments of the unknown, manifestations of deepest fears. The villagers understood this well. They knew that to confront these monsters, they had to first embrace the stories that told of their existence. The old storyteller, with his weathered hands and silver hair, began to weave a tale. His voice, deep and resonant, captivated the crowd, pulling them into a world where shadows danced and fears came alive. He spoke of the Wendigo, a creature of hunger and despair, said to roam the frozen forests, forever craving the warmth of life while cursed to wander alone. The villagers shivered, for they had heard the howling winds that echoed through the trees, whispers of a presence that could steal both warmth and sanity. Each word was like a thread, stitching together the fabric of their reality. The Wendigo wasn't just a monster. It was a warning, a reminder of the dangers of greed and isolation. The villagers knew that stories like these were not just entertainment. They were lessons embedded in the haunting tales that reverberated through generations. The children huddled closer to their parents, eyes wide as they listened to the chilling story unfold. But the evening was not solely filled with fear. The storyteller shifted the tone and the fire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky. He spoke of the chupacabra, a creature that drained the life from goats, leaving behind nothing but echoes of fear in the hearts of farmers. Laughter mingled with gasps as he exaggerated the creature's antics, transforming the dreaded beast into a figure of humor. It was this balance that the villagers appreciated. They learned to laugh in the face of fear, finding strength in humor even when confronting the most terrifying beasts. As the fire flickered, the storyteller's voice grew softer, more reflective. He spoke of the Mokalembembe, a legendary water monster said to inhabit the rivers of Africa. The creature was elusive, often only glimpsed in the ripples of the water, a guardian of the waterway. The villagers listened intently, understanding that this creature embodied not just a threat, but respect for nature's power. It was a reminder that monsters were not merely to be feared, sometimes they were to be respected, for they represented the wild forces of the world that humans could not control. The emotions in the air shifted from apprehensive to contemplative. The shadows of the night closed in, thickening around the firelight. The storyteller's words were like a spell, cast upon the audience, drawing them deeper into the fabric of their collective fears and hopes. The flickering light painted their faces in shades of fear and laughter, weaving a tapestry of human experience where monsters became metaphors for struggles they faced daily. Outside the ring of firelight lay the dark wilderness, a perfect reflection of their fears. Every rustle in the bushes, every snap of a twig, sent shivers down their spines. In that moment, they realized that the stories were not just about the monsters. They were about them, their resilience, their fears, and their shared humanity. The night was alive with tension, an air thick with the anticipation of what lay beyond the safety of the flame. A sudden howl echoed through the trees, the sound reverberating in their chests. The adults exchanged worried glances. Children clutched their parents, their wide eyes reflecting the flickering fire. The storyteller's voice rose above the sounds of the night, anchoring them in the present. Fear not, for these tales remind us of our strength. The tales of bravery and cunning intertwined with the monstrous. The villagers recalled the story of Beowulf, who faced Grendel in a battle that shook the very foundations of his world. They remembered that monsters could be defeated, not just through strength, but through unity. It was a call to arms, a reminder that even the fiercest creatures could be managed through collective effort and courage. As the story unfolded, the fire crackled and the flames danced, casting shadows that flickered against the trees. The tension built, hearts raced, and breaths were held as the storyteller wove in the cautionary tale of Medusa, her gaze able to turn brave warriors to stone. But even in her horror, there was a lesson of transformation, how fear could paralyze, but also how facing it could yield unexpected results. The air thickened with emotion, a mixture of fear, hope, and resilience. As the night wore on, the villagers felt an unspoken bond forming among them, a collective recognition of their shared fears. They understood that these stories went beyond the tales of monsters. They managed their reality, providing tools to confront their own inner demons. As the final echoes of the storyteller's voice faded into the night, an uneasy silence settled over the gathering. The fire crackled, and the shadows seemed to stretch, reaching for them, teasing at their fears. They sat together, hearts racing, knowing that the monsters they had spoken of were not just tales from the past. They were alive in their minds, lingering like the smoke curling up into the starlit sky. And as they looked into the darkness, they understood that tomorrow would bring new challenges, new monsters to face. But they had each other and the timeless tradition of storytelling to guide them through the night. With the fire still burning bright, they leaned closer, ready to hear more tales that would arm them with the courage to face whatever lurked beyond the flickering glow. The stories had woven their fears into strength, marking the beginning of the next chapter in their lives, where the line between monster and man blurred, and every shadow held the promise of a new tale waiting to be told. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the forgotten village of Eldermoor. Shadows stretched like fingers across the cobblestone streets, and a chill wind whispered through the trees, rustling leaves that spoke of ancient tales. The villagers, huddled in their homes, felt a primal fear that gripped their hearts, for outside, in the dark, lay the monsters of their folklore, the creatures that had haunted their dreams and echoed in their fears for generations. The werewolves, with their ravenous hunger, represented the wildness of humanity, lurking beneath the surface, waiting to break free. They were not merely beasts, but reflections of the untamed instincts that society often tries to suppress. In Eldermoor, the story of the last werewolf was passed down through hushed tones by the fire's glow. Many believed he was once a farmer, gentle and kind, until life's hardships twisted him into something monstrous, embodying the raw emotions of rage and despair that festered within. Then there were the wraiths, ethereal beings that roamed the night, wrapping the air in a cold embrace. They were the spirits of those who could not find peace, lost loved ones and unfulfilled souls, haunting the living with their grief. A mother once spoke of her son, taken too soon, his laughter now a whisper in the shadows, reminding her of the fragility of life. The villagers avoided the graveyard at twilight, fearing the sorrow that clung to the air like thick fog, a reminder of their own vulnerabilities. Not far from Eldermoor was the Forest of Shadows, where tales of the Wendigo prowled among the trees. This creature, born of desperation and hunger, embodied the darkest corners of human nature. Legends spoke of those who, in their need, were driven to unimaginable acts to survive. The Wendigo warned of the consequences of greed and gluttony, a chilling reminder that the line between humanity and monstrosity was painfully thin. On cold winter nights, when the wind howled like a tortured soul, parents told their children to be wary of the woods, lest they become like the Wendigo, lost to their own darkness. In the tavern, an old man recited the fable of the banshee, her mournful wail echoing the sorrows of those who had suffered loss. Her cry was a portent, a sign that grief was lurking closer than anyone dared acknowledge. The villagers shivered as they recalled the last time her song filled the night air. A beloved elder had passed, and with her, the very essence of the community had dimmed. The banshee, like the monsters of folklore, was not merely a creature. She was the embodiment of collective sorrow, a reminder of mortality that knotted their stomachs and brought tears to their eyes. These tales, passed down through the ages, served more than just to frighten children into obedience. They were mirrors reflecting the human psyche, revealing the fears and anxieties that lay buried beneath the surface. Monsters in folklore were never just beasts. They were the physical manifestation of the internal struggles faced by the community. Through these stories, villagers confronted their fears, loss, despair, and the darkness that threatened to consume them. As the night deepened, a sense of unease settled over Eldermoor. The air grew heavy, thick with unspoken fears. The townsfolk, despite their bravery, felt their hearts race with the palpable tension of the unknown. They gathered, cloaked in their blankets of superstition, staring into the flickering flames of the fire. A young girl, wide-eyed and trembling, spoke of a nightmare she had, a vision of a creature lurking in her dreams, its eyes glowing like embers, watching, waiting. The others nodded, sharing their own tales of terror, voices trembling as they recalled the monsters that haunted their thoughts. The night wore on, each tale unveiling another layer of their collective psyche. The villagers, while sharing their fears, became united in their understanding of the monsters that walked among them, not just those in the shadows, but those that resided in their hearts. The fear of the unknown crept into every crevice of their being, revealing the fragility of the human spirit. Then, as if summoned by their shared fears, a howl echoed through the village, piercing the night. It hung in the air, a haunting reminder of the wolves that roamed outside their doors. Hearts raced, breaths quickened, and the cold air felt charged with an electricity born of terror. The villagers exchanged glances, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. They huddled closer together, acknowledging in that moment the truth behind the legends. The monsters were not just fables meant to frighten, but profound representations of their own hidden fears. The old man, with a voice trembling with age and wisdom, reminded them that these tales were not merely stories but lessons veiled in the shroud of horror. The creatures of the night beckoned them to face their own demons, to confront the fears that lurked just outside the warm glow of their hearths. He spoke of courage, of the strength found in acknowledging their vulnerabilities, and how each monster embodied the struggles woven into the fabric of their lives. And as the fire flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, the villagers felt a shift in the air. The monsters in their folklore became less terrifying, shifting from malevolent spirits to poignant reminders of their humanity. They understood that the true horror lay not in the creatures that haunted their nights but in the darkness they carried within themselves. With each whispered tale, their hearts began to lighten, the weight of fear transforming into a shared understanding of their existence. But just as hope began to rise, a shuddering wind swept through the village, shaking the very foundations of their newfound resolve. Outside, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming with an unsettling glow. The villagers gasped, their shared stories rushing back to them, weaving a tapestry of fear and recognition. The night was alive with tension, and they could feel it in their bones. A chilling reminder that even when they understood their monsters, the darkness was never far away. The chilling winds howled across the vast steppe, carrying whispers of ancient tales and echoing the fears of a people who lived in the shadows of towering mountains and endless skies. For centuries, the nomadic tribes of Mongolia roamed this land, their lives intertwined with nature's wild spirit and the enigmatic forces that lurked just beyond the veil of the seen world. It was in this haunting landscape that the influence of Buddhism transformed the fabric of Mongolian demon lore, weaving together threads of spirituality and superstition, light and dark, faith and fear. With the arrival of Buddhism in the 13th century, a profound shift began to wash over the Mongolian landscape. The teachings of the Buddha reached the steppes, bringing with them a sense of peace and enlightenment that contradicted the brutal realities of life in a harsh environment. Yet, as the gentle doctrines of compassion and mindfulness took root, so too did a darker element emerge. Demons, once mere spirits of nature, morphed into complex entities, reflecting the inner struggles of the human soul. They became the embodiment of fear, anger, and attachment, existing in a world where enlightenment was both sought after and feared. Buddhism's arrival did not erase the existing myths. Instead, it painted them with new colors. Take the tale of the Galdan, a malevolent spirit believed to haunt the lonely traveler who strayed too far from the path. Once a simple figure of caution, Galdan became a mirror of inner turmoil, a reminder of the attachments that bound one to suffering. Villagers spoke of Galdan in hushed tones, each recounting a tale that sent shivers down spines, tales that now echoed the Buddha's teachings. Each fear, each demon, a reflection of the mind's chaos. As the influence of Buddhism grew, so did the understanding that these demons were not just external foes, but internal battles manifesting in terrifying forms. The Ulan, or red demon, was known to prey on the weak, feeding off despair and chaos. In the context of Buddhist philosophy, the Ulan became a vivid representation of the desires and cravings that lead to suffering. It was said that if one confronted their Ulan, acknowledged their fears, and sought to understand them, the demon would lose its power, fading into nothingness. Yet how many were brave enough to face the darkness within? In the flickering light of the evening fires, elders would gather the young, their faces painted with stories both chilling and profound. They recounted encounters with the Zuld, a spirit that embodied illness and misfortune. In pre-Buddhist times, Zuld had been a simple curse, a punishment for wrongdoing. But with Buddhism's touch, Zuld transformed into a complex figure, illustrating the interconnectedness of life, death, and rebirth. It was said that to heal from the grip of Zuld, one must practice compassion not only for themselves, but also for those who had wronged them, an idea that sent tremors through the hearts of listeners. Could it be that the very essence of their suffering was tied to their unwillingness to forgive? As the tales spun from the fire grew more intense, so too did the emotions swirling around. Some spoke of the bodhisattva demons, misunderstood spirits who chose to remain in this world to help others confront their fears. These figures straddled the line between good and evil, their intentions noble yet terrifying. They would appear in dreams, guiding the faithful toward understanding, yet their presence could also evoke sheer terror. Was it a blessing or a curse? The line blurred as shadows danced upon the walls, and the flickering firelight cast sinister shapes that made hearts race and breaths hitch. The more Buddhism spread, the more it transformed the very essence of Mongolian demon lore. Legends shifted and morphed, each story a reflection of the evolving understanding of the self. The Khan, once a mere trickster spirit, became a complex figure representing the folly of ignorance. a reminder that the greatest demons often lie within the mind. Villagers began to recognize that their struggles were not just battles against external forces, but lessons meant to teach resilience, compassion, and wisdom. Whispers of these modern demons spread like wildfire among the tribes. Lurking in the shadows, they seemed to seep into every corner of life, appearing in dreams and reverberating in the silence of the night. Parents warned their children not to invite the demons of anger and greed into their hearts, lest they find themselves haunted by their own making. The mountains echoed with warnings. The winds carried them far and wide, and the very earth felt alive with the weight of these stories. Yet there was a palpable fear that rippled through the land, for some believed that these teachings could awaken the demons sleeping within. The very act of self-reflection, of confronting one's own fears, could unleash their fury. The elders warned against this recklessness, their eyes wide with the terror of what might come if one ventured too deeply into the dark recesses of the mind. It was a delicate balance, a dance with the unknown, where enlightenment could swiftly turn into despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the steppe, tales of Buddhism's influence on demons continued to weave through the hearts of those gathered around the fire. The interplay of light and shadow mirrored the eternal struggle between good and evil, wisdom and ignorance. Each story fed the hunger for understanding, each fear a flickering flame that refused to die out. The night deepened, and with it came the haunting echoes of laughter mingled with screams, celebration entwined with dread. Mongolian demon lore had transformed, shaped into a reflection of the soul's own journey, a journey marked by fear, love, and an unquenchable thirst for enlightenment. The lines between spirit and human blurred. Hidden truths lingered just beneath the surface, waiting for the next soul brave enough to confront them and uncover the deeper layers of reality that lay entwined in the shadows. The fires burned low, yet the stories remained alive, waiting to be told, waiting for the next voice to rise against the darkness. In the dim light of a flickering campfire, shadows danced around a group of travelers huddled together, sharing stories that sent shivers down their spines. The air was thick with a sense of magic and fear as they spoke of creatures that roamed the vast steppes of Mongolia. These were not mere tales spun to entertain the weary. They were whispers of legends that had woven themselves into the very fabric of history. The monsters of Mongolia, both fearsome and fascinating, left a mark that rippled through time, a legacy that continues to resonate even in today's world. It was here that the stories began, tales of the Mongolian deathworm, a creature said to lurk beneath the sandy dunes, ready to strike with a venomous bite. With a body as long as a man's arm, this serpent-like being is whispered about in hushed tones, its very name sending a chill through the bones of those who hear it. What if it still lived? The idea clung to the night air, electrifying the atmosphere and drawing the listeners closer. They could almost see it slithering just beneath the surface, a reminder of nature's darker side, where mysteries still lie in wait, but the deathworm is just one of many. The tales tell of the Burak, a mythical creature part horse and part human, said to have carried the Prophet Muhammad through the heavens. Mongolian culture, with its rich tapestry of shamanistic beliefs and folklore, has always found power in the otherworldly. It's no wonder that these stories have found their way into modern culture, capturing imaginations far beyond Mongolia's borders. In contemporary art, films, and literature, the remnants of these ancient monsters can be seen. Artists draw inspiration from the Burak's celestial journey, infusing their work with a sense of wonder and the unknown. Movies capture the terror of the deathworm, transforming it into a beast that strikes fear into the hearts of characters and audiences alike. The very essence of these creatures speaks to a primal anxiety, a recognition of the unknown that still haunts humanity. They echo the fears of ancient nomads who gazed into the vastness of the steppes and wondered what lurked just beyond their sight. Consider the impact of the Genghis Khan legend, a figure synonymous with power, conquest, and perhaps a touch of the monstrous himself. His empire, stretching from the steppes of Mongolia to the heart of Europe, was a testament to both human ambition and the terrifying potential for destruction. The very tales of his life have transformed into legends, where myths of monstrous strength and cunning intertwine with historical truth. His conquests were often painted in stark colors: brutal battles, bloody sieges, and the horrors of war. Yet those who tell these stories often forget to mention the deep-seated respect the Mongol people held for their land and its spirits. Monsters, perhaps, were not just to be feared, but also revered, embodying the power of nature and the emotional depths of the human experience. Across the globe, people still feel the pull of these ancient narratives. In video games, players encounter creatures that echo the death worm's ferocity, while fantasy novels spin tales of beings inspired by the Burak's ethereal nature. These stories keep the spirit of Mongolian folklore alive, turning moments of fear into exhilarating experiences that draw players and readers into worlds where anything is possible. They remind us that while the past may be distant, its echoes can resonate in our present, shaping our fears and fantasies. As the campfire crackled and embers floated into the night sky, the travelers leaned closer together, their hearts racing at the thought of these monstrous legacies. The tension was palpable, a reminder of how deeply rooted these stories are in the human psyche. Each tale connects generations, linking the ancient nomads to the restless souls of the modern world. In every whispered story, there lies an emotion as raw and powerful as the forces of nature themselves. In Mongolia, the legacy of these monsters is not just a remnant of the past. Festivals are held, where locals celebrate their heritage with dances and performances that evoke the ancient spirits. The Burak and the deathworm come alive again, not just as myths but as symbols of resilience and cultural pride. Mongolian art echoes these themes, where canvases burst with colors that scream of history, monsters, and the struggles of a people who have always respected their land's mysteries. The stories of these monsters may have emerged from darkness, but they have illuminated the path for creativity and expression in modern culture. The monsters are not just fears to be banished. They are reminders of the wild, untamed spirit of nature and the depths of human emotion. They challenge contemporary society to confront its own monsters, those lurking in the shadows of our minds and histories, waiting for a moment to strike. In a world that often seeks to categorize and control, the monsters of Mongolia serve as a reminder that not everything fits neatly into boxes. They tap into the primal fears that bind humanity, encouraging people to embrace the chaos, to dance with the unknown. With each tale shared around the fire, with each artwork created, the legacy of these Mongolian monsters lives on, intertwining with the fabric of modern culture in ways that are both haunting and exhilarating. As the night wore on, the fire dwindled, but the stories continued. The travelers, captivated, felt the weight of history pressing upon them, as if the very spirits of the monsters they spoke of were listening, waiting, and perhaps even watching. And with each breath, they could almost feel the ground beneath them pulse with life, as if the legends were not merely tales but living entities, shaping their reality, intertwining the past with an ever-present sense of wonder and fear. The line between myth and reality blurs, leaving them in a lingering suspense that promises more tales to come, more creatures to fear, and more legacies to inherit. A cold wind howled through the vast Mongolian steppe, carrying with it the whispers of ancient tales. There, among the rolling hills and endless grasslands, the shadows of mythical beasts lurked just beyond the firelight's reach. One could almost hear the thundering hooves of the national beast. The legendary Genghis Khan, as his spirit mingled with the stories of creatures that haunted the dreams of nomadic tribes, the Kasha, a creature of chaos, and the dreaded Olgudai, said to feast on the unsuspecting. These monsters were not mere figments of imagination. They reflected the hopes, fears, and struggles of a people who had long lived in harmony with the unforgiving landscape. As one gazes at the vastness, it becomes clear that the Mongolian monsters share a thread of commonality with those found in neighboring cultures. To the south, in China, tales of the mighty dragons dance on the tongues of storytellers. The Chinese dragon, a creature of wisdom and power, roams the skies, commanding the rain and ensuring a bountiful harvest. In contrast, the kasha, with its wild nature, represents the untamed spirit of the land, a creature that embodies the harshness of the steppe and the survival instincts of those who inhabit it. The very essence of these monsters lays bare the dichotomy between chaos and order, fear and reverence. As the night deepened, a flicker of firelight illuminated the faces of a gathering of nomads. They shared stories, their voices rising and falling like the gentle hills around them. A young girl, her eyes wide with wonder, leaned closer as her grandmother recounted the legend of the Olgudai, a beast that could shift its form to deceive. The girl gasped, feeling the chill of fear creep up her spine. In that moment, she felt the connection not only to her ancestors but to distant lands where other monsters prowled. In Russia, the tales of Baba Yaga, the witch who lived in a house on chicken legs, echoed through the forests. Unlike the Olgudai, Baba Yaga was a figure of duality, both a benefactor and a terror. The Slavic tales spoke of her as a wise old woman, but also as a threatening force, capable of snatching away those who dared to disobey. The contrast between Baba Yaga's cunning and the brute strength of the Mongolian monsters highlighted a unique cultural perspective on fear. Where one culture saw a source of wisdom, another saw a representation of nature's wilder side. A gust of wind rattled the tent flaps, and the old woman's voice grew grave. The stories flowed into one another, weaving a tapestry of fear and fascination. In this moment, the boundaries blurred between the Mongolian kasha and the fearsome Japanese yokai, spiritual entities that could take on many forms. The resemblance was uncanny. Both were symbolic of the unknown, embodying the fears that lie in the shadows. The kasha might strike at night, a creature of the dark, whereas the yokai would lurk in the corners of quiet homes, waiting for unsuspecting souls to wander too close. This shared motif of lurking, unseen dangers echoed through the ages, illustrating a universal fear that transcended borders. As the fire crackled, the warmth of the flames could not dispel the chill that ran down the spines of those gathered. The true horror of these tales lay not in the monsters themselves, but in the reality they represented. The ever-present struggle against nature's fury, the battles against famine, and the fight for survival. Mongolian monsters reflected the very landscape, wild, unpredictable, yet mesmerizing. Just as the rolling hills concealed both danger and beauty, so too did each story cloak its deeper truth. A distant rumble of thunder rolled across the sky, and the old woman continued. There were stories of the Churel, a creature from the Indian subcontinent, a spirit of a woman scorned, haunting the lonely roads at night. This figure of vengeance resonated with the Mongolian tales of lost souls and the spirits that roamed the steppe, seeking retribution. The parallels were striking. Both cultures reflected their deepest fears of betrayal and loss, of love turned sour, reminding those who heard them of the delicate balance between life and death. As the night wore on, the stories blended, creating a rich fabric of shared fears and hopes. Tales of the Mongolian monsters intertwined seamlessly with those from distant lands, revealing a world where humanity faced similar challenges, no matter the geography. The kasha and Olgudai danced through the darkness, their forms shifting, echoing the fears of the unknown that echoed in the hearts of people everywhere. With each flicker of the firelight, the nomads felt the weight of history resting on their shoulders, the stories of their ancestors weaving through their veins. It was then that they realized the monsters were not merely beasts or spirits, but reflections of themselves, of their struggles, their triumphs, and their deeply held beliefs. Each tale carried with it the essence of cultural identity, a reminder that while the monsters shaped fear, they also forged resilience. As dawn approached and the first light began to touch the horizon, the nomads remained wrapped in their stories, their eyes glistening with the wisdom of ages past and the promise of futures yet to be written. The cycle of fear and fascination continued, ready to be passed on to the next generation. And as the sun's rays kissed the grasslands of Mongolia, the shadows of its monsters lingered, waiting to inspire awe, dread, and connection across cultures, forever holding sway over the stories that bind humanity together. When the wind howls through the trees, there lies a whispered echo of ancient fears. In the shadows, grotesque forms slither, their very presence stirring an unsettling mix of dread and fascination. Monsters, with their twisted bodies and haunting visages, have danced through the corridors of human history, embodying both our deepest anxieties and our insatiable curiosity. Take, for instance, the Cyclops, that one-eyed giant of Greek mythology. He was more than just a hulking figure. His single eye encapsulated humanity's fear of the unknown, the dangers lurking just beyond the fringes of comprehension. With each tale told, the Cyclops reflected a primal instinct, the terror of those who are different, those who reside outside the realm of normalcy. The monstrous eye, wide and empty, hinted at a depth of ignorance and brutality, a reminder of what happens when we fail to understand what lies before us. It is a stark reflection of society's tendency to ostracize what it cannot grasp. Then there were the dragons, awe-inspiring beasts that soared across the skies, their scales shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. These magnificent creatures weren't merely symbols of chaos. They represented power, greed, and the insatiable hunger for dominance. In medieval times, they were often depicted guarding treasures, a stark metaphor for the human condition, the desire to protect what is valuable, yet the danger that comes with hoarding. With every tale of knights slaying dragons, there was an unspoken truth. Every victory was a loss of innocence, a reminder that the struggle against our inner demons is relentless. Look to the werewolf, a creature trapped between two worlds, embodying the conflict of humanity itself. When the moon hangs heavy in the night sky, the transformation from man to beast symbolizes the primal urges that lie dormant within every individual. This battle between reason and instinct, civilization and savagery, stirs a fear that is both exhilarating and terrifying. As the wolf howls at the moon, it calls forth a haunting realization. What if the true monster lies within? The werewolf is a mirror, reflecting our darkest desires, the lurking violence of our own nature that can surface when least expected. Disfigured and twisted beings in folklore, such as the hunchback or the vampire, have long been emblematic of society's disdain for those who do not fit its mold. The hunchback, often portrayed as deformed and grotesque, is a stark reminder of our tendency to define beauty and worth by unattainable standards. In literature, this figure is often cast as an outcast, a victim of circumstance whose body becomes a prison. This reveals the chilling reality that society's judgment can morph even the kindest souls into something monstrous in the eyes of the world. The vampire, with its allure and seduction, plays on the fears of mortality and the desire for eternal life. With blood-red lips and piercing gaze, the vampire is a creature that embodies both fear and fascination. It stirs our deepest insecurities about aging and death, transforming them into something palpable and terrifying. The act of biting, of drawing blood, becomes a metaphor for the consumption of life itself. The vampire is the ultimate predator, a representation of the lengths to which beings will go to preserve their own existence. In their cold, undead embrace, they pull us into a world where life and death are intertwined, leaving a lingering sense of dread. Historically, the mermaid stands at the crossroads of beauty and danger. With her striking hair and enchanting voice, she represents the allure of the sea, a force both magnificent and terrifying. Sailors have long told tales of mermaids luring men to their doom, revealing a fear of the unknown depths of the ocean. The shimmering scales and flowing hair hide a dark secret. Beneath the beauty lies a creature capable of causing great harm. The mermaid is a symbol of temptation, a reminder of how easily one can be drawn into perilous waters where the line between attraction and danger blurs. The manticore, with its human head, lion's body, and the tail of a scorpion, embodies the fear of the unfamiliar and the monstrous amalgamation of traits. Throughout history, this creature has served as a warning of the dangers of miscegenation, a reminder that combining distinct elements can lead to unpredictable outcomes. The manticore stands as a reminder of the chaotic world that can result from merging diverse aspects of life, igniting a fear of hybridity that echoes through time. Even the innocent-sounding fairy tale figures like trolls and goblins have their roots in deeper fears. Trolls, those brutish beings lurking under bridges, symbolize the barriers we face in life, those obstacles that seem insurmountable. Goblins, with their mischievous antics, represent the unpredictability of fate. These creatures remind us that life is not always fair, and that sometimes the darkest shadows hide just beneath the surface of our reality. As the tales of these monsters weave through history, they intertwine with human emotions, reflecting our hopes, dreams, and fears. Each creature is a testament to humanity's struggle with its own nature, a mirror reflecting the darkness that resides within us all. The grotesque forms and haunting traits are not merely meant to inspire terror. They are symbols of our desires, our struggles, and our quest for understanding in an often bewildering world. The grotesque is not just for fright. It serves a deeper purpose. These monsters challenge us to confront what we fear most, whether it be our own weaknesses, societal judgments, or the darkness that dwells within. The symbolism embedded in their forms weaves a rich tapestry of emotion and tension, a dance between beauty and horror that keeps us entranced. In their presence, we are reminded of our own fragility, our own monsters lurking just below the surface. And so, amid the shadows, with hearts racing and minds swirling, the echoes of these monsters linger, hinting at the next chapter in the story of humanity's complex relationship with the things that go bump in the night. The line between hero and monster blurs, and a chilling anticipation hangs in the air, inviting us to confront the next wave of horrors yet to unfold. The wind howled across the vast steppes of Mongolia, carrying whispers of ancient tales long etched into the fabric of its land. Underneath the expansive sky, the proud silhouette of a lone eagle cut through the air, a living symbol of freedom that echoed stories of the past. Centuries ago, this land was home to the great Genghis Khan, whose empire stretched far and wide, but it was not just a place of warriors and conquests. It was a cradle of myths that pulsated with life. Now, as the world spins faster in the grip of globalization, the question looms large: what will happen to the sacred narratives of Mongolia, where the spirits of the earth still linger, and the tales of the heroic hero, Kurlan, and the mystical creature, the deer stone, still resonate? Amidst the encroachment of modernity, the ancient stories of Mongolian mythology hang in the balance, caught between the seductive allure of contemporary society and the rich heritage that binds its people. These tales, of the clever trickster, the mischievous fox, and the mighty dragon, were once shared around flickering fires, the eyes of listeners wide with wonder. They breathed life into the culture and instilled values of courage, wisdom, and respect for nature. With the rapid advance of technology and the influx of foreign influences, the heart of these stories risks being silenced, drowned out by the deafening noise of a globalized world. Yet, in the shadows of this transformation, there lies an unexpected glimmer of hope. The young Mongolian artists, writers, and dreamers are awakening, ignited by a passion to weave the threads of their heritage into the fabric of modernity. With smartphones in hand, they capture the essence of their myths, transforming age-old tales into vibrant podcasts, animated films, and social media posts that resonate with a new generation. They stand at a crossroads, embracing the old while charging boldly into the new, determined to breathe life into the dusty tomes of their ancestors. In cramped urban apartments and sprawling countryside years alike, these storytellers have begun to understand that their folklore is not just a relic of the past. It is a living, breathing force that can transcend borders. The tales of the earth and sky, of the sacred bonds between humans and nature, can find new voices in contemporary art. The melodious sounds of traditional throat singing can echo alongside electronic beats, creating a symphony of cultures that reflects the soul of a nation straddling two worlds. One can almost hear the rhythm of the dombra, a two-stringed instrument, resonating through the air as young people gather, their faces lit with joy, discussing the legends of their youth. The spirit of the wolf, strong and fierce, now runs through the veins of the hip-hop artist, who draws inspiration from the stories of his ancestors to challenge the youth to remember their roots. The vibrant colors of felt and fabric adorn the walls of galleries, where the symbols of the eternal blue sky and the vast steppe take on new life, inviting visitors from around the globe to experience a piece of Mongolia's rich mythology. Yet the tension simmers beneath the surface. The question of authenticity looms like a shadow over the artist's creations. Are they preserving the essence of their culture, or merely commodifying it for a fleeting moment of fame? Some elders watch with wary eyes, their hearts heavy with the fear that commercializing these sacred stories might strip them of their meaning. They remember when the stories were shared with reverence, when the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, creating an atmosphere of sacredness that is hard to capture in a flashy video or catchy song. As night falls over the rolling hills, a gathering of families and friends huddles around a fire, the flickering flames illuminating their faces. They share stories of the past, passing down the wisdom of the ages, the echoes of Kurland's bravery ringing true in their hearts. Each tale told brings a spark of life to the myths, as if the spirits of their ancestors hover nearby, listening, guiding. In this moment, a bridge forms, a connection between the old and new. The younger generation draws strength from the elders, while the elders find hope in the creativity of the youth. It is a delicate dance where each side learns from the other, creating a beautiful tapestry that honors the past yet embraces the future. The myths, once confined to the warmth of the jar, find themselves on the world stage, ready to be embraced and cherished by people far beyond Mongolia's borders. But the winds of change are relentless. The digital age beckons with its promise of instant fame and wide-reaching platforms, enticing many to abandon their roots for a taste of global recognition. Will the authenticity of these stories withstand the pressures of a world that often prioritizes surface over substance? As the eagle soars above, a harbinger of freedom, the question lingers. Can the delicate balance between preserving tradition and evolving for the future be maintained? In the heart of the capital, Ulaanbaatar, the pulse quickens as modern skyscrapers rise beside traditional gears, a vivid reminder of the duality of existence. Here, amidst the hustle and bustle, a celebration of culture unfolds. Artists from all over the world converge to honor the legends of Mongolia, their voices blending in a harmony that spans continents. The stories of the past take flight, mingling with the present, becoming a part of a larger narrative that defies boundaries. And so, the future of Mongolian mythology dances on a precipice, caught between the past that nurtures and the future that beckons. It is a living entity, fueled by the passion of those who refuse to let the embers of tradition die out. As the night sky stretches endlessly above, the stars twinkle with potential, hinting at the stories yet to be told, the connections yet to be forged. And as the wind continues to whisper through the steppes, one cannot help but wonder, What new mythology will emerge in this globalized world? What stories will rise from the ashes of the old, igniting the imagination of generations to come? In a small village tucked away in the hills, the air vibrated with the soft, rhythmic sound of clapping and the gentle strumming of a handmade lute. Gathered around a flickering fire, the villagers leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. Old Mara, with her weathered hands and silver hair cascading like a waterfall, began to weave tales of ancient warriors and mythical creatures. The crackling flames danced in the night, mirroring the mesmerizing cadence of her voice. Each word she uttered was an echo of lives lived long before, a bridging of generations that sent shivers down spines and drew tears from the eyes of listeners. But the flame that brought them together was flickering in the winds of change, casting shadows of uncertainty over this cherished tradition. Beyond the village, the world was shifting. The rise of technology began to seep into every corner of life, like a silent thief slipping through the cracks of a once vibrant tapestry. Children who once gathered around the fire now found themselves glued to glowing screens, their laughter replaced by the cold, mechanical tones of distant voices. Mara watched this transformation with a heavy heart, aware that the essence of her stories was being overshadowed by the allure of the modern age. Her tales, rich with history and culture, were not just stories. They were the lifeblood of her people, a connection to their ancestors, a reminder of where they came from. As she spoke, the villagers felt the weight of her words. Each tale carried a lesson, a struggle, a victory, but with each passing day, fewer people came to listen. They were caught in a whirlwind of distractions, unaware that the very roots of their identity were at stake. Mara's voice trembled as she recounted a battle between two rival tribes, blood spilling on sacred ground and love blooming amidst the chaos. The fire crackled, sending sparks soaring into the night sky, like fleeting memories of the past, reminding the listeners of the beauty and fragility of their heritage. In the shadows, a young boy named Kimo watched with wide-eyed wonder. He often skipped his playtime to sit by Mara's side. To him, her stories were not just entertainment. They were his treasure. He felt the strength of the warriors, the courage of the mothers, the wisdom of the elders. But he too felt the pull of the outside world. His friends were enamored with games and videos, and Kimo found himself torn between the comforting embrace of tradition and the bright, shiny facade of modernity. As he listened to Mara speak, he felt a surge of emotion rising within him, a fierce determination to hold on to these stories, to breathe life into them, lest they fade away like the dying embers of the fire. But the challenges were not insignificant. The elders were aging, their voices growing softer, and with each passing year, the stories risked vanishing into silence. From the time-honored tales of trickster spirits to the haunting legends of lost love, the weight of history rested heavily on their shoulders. It was a race against time, where every story not told was a piece of history slipping through their fingers. Mara knew that she was the keeper of these tales, yet she felt like an old tree, roots deep in the earth but branches thinning under the weight of the winds of change. One evening, the village gathered for a particularly poignant story about the Great Flood, a tale passed down through centuries, a narrative of survival and hope. Mara's voice rose and fell like the tide, flooding the listeners with emotions. As she spoke of the dark skies and the rising waters, the faces around the fire reflected fear and awe. Kimo felt himself drowning in the powerful imagery, yet he was also buoyed by a sense of community, a tangible thread binding them together. But the moment was fragile and the shadows of doubt lingered. Would this be the last time they would hear this story? As the fire sputtered and crackled, Mara felt a surge of urgency. She gathered the villagers, urging them to remember. These stories are not just mine. They are ours. They belong to each and every one of you, she implored, her voice trembling with emotion. If we do not tell them, who will? If we do not teach our children, how will they know who they are? Her words hung in the air, a challenge and a plea, raw and unguarded. Kimo felt the weight of her anguish, a deep connection binding him to her and the stories they both cherished. Perhaps it was this moment that ignited a spark within the hearts of the villagers. Slowly, they began to share stories of their own, tales of their triumphs, their losses, their dreams. The rhythm of their voices intertwined, creating a symphony that echoed through the night, breathing life into the fading embers of their culture. In that sacred circle, the fire blazed brighter, each story adding fuel to the flame, transforming fear into courage, uncertainty into resolve. Yet outside the circle, the modern world loomed larger than ever. News reports warned of cultural erosion, of communities losing their identities in favor of a homogenized existence. The younger generation grappled with the allure of social media, the constant barrage of information threatening to drown out the voices of their ancestors. The tension surged like a storm, with passion and nostalgia battling against the seductive pull of the new. In the weeks that followed, Kimo took it upon himself to become a bridge between the old and the new. He invited his friends to the fireside, sharing the stories he had learned from Mara. They laughed, they gasped, they felt. As the warmth of the fire enveloped them, a realization dawned. Stories were not just relics of the past, but seeds for the future. With each tale, they shaped their understanding of the world, their place within it. Yet, the struggle was unrelenting. The tension between tradition and modernity grew sharper. Would the flames of their heritage withstand the relentless winds of change? As Kimo and Mara stood side by side, the flickering firelight casting shadows on their faces, the stakes felt higher than ever. They were not just fighting for stories. They were fighting for identity, for a legacy worth preserving. The night stretched on, and the stars above bore witness to the courage of those who dared to dream. Kimo's heart raced with newfound determination, a fire igniting within him that mirrored the one before their eyes. With each story shared, they were creating a tapestry of resilience that could weather storms. Yet the whispers of doubt still lingered, teasing the edges of their hope, leaving behind a haunting question. Would it be enough? The moon hung low over the jagged peaks, casting shadows that danced like specters in the night. The chill in the air bit at the skin and filled the heart with an unshakable dread. A lone figure, cloaked in tattered leather and worn fabrics, stood at the edge of a cliff, staring into the abyss below. This was not just a man. He was a hunter of nightmares, a seeker of ancient legends. And in that very moment, the echoes of his past drummed in his ears, urging him forward. He had heard the tales since childhood, whispers of beasts that prowled the dark corners of the world, creatures that twisted the very fabric of reality. It was said that these monsters fed on fear and sorrow, leaving only despair in their wake. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of the Wendigo, an insatiable spirit that roamed the frozen woods, its hunger never sated. And then there were the tales of the chupacabra, a creature said to drain the lifeblood of livestock, its chilling cry sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to listen. As he recalled these stories, a shudder passed through him. This was no mere bedtime story. These were the lives he had touched, the families he had helped, and the horrors he had witnessed. He had witnessed the Wendigo's icy grip on a small village nestled deep within the forest, where residents slowly vanished, leaving behind only frozen echoes of their laughter. He had stood before the remnants of homes, their doorways darkened by an invisible dread, knowing he was the only one brave enough to tread where others fled. His fingers brushed against the hilt of a silver dagger, its edges glinting under the pale moonlight. Silver was said to be the only weapon that could pierce the heart of such monsters. Each notch in the blade told a story, of battles fought, of lives lost, and of victories that felt hollow in the face of such relentless evil. The scars on his hands were testament to both his triumphs and failures. One evening, in a small tavern filled with the scent of damp wood and burning candles, he had listened to an old man recount the legend of La Llorona, the weeping woman who drifted through the night, mourning the loss of her children. The hunter felt a strange connection to her tale. Her sorrow resonated within him. He could see her figure cloaked in white, her face hidden behind a veil, floating through the shadows of a riverbank, calling out for her lost little ones. On that dark evening, he vowed to find her, to confront her rage and pain, to bring her peace. But standing before her, he learned that some monsters are born from love and tragedy, and their sorrow is a deeper darkness than he had ever imagined. In contrast, he found himself face to face with the notorious Beast of Gévaudan, a creature that had terrorized the French countryside in the 18th century, devouring livestock and leaving bloodied trails etched into the earth. It was said that no man could stand against its ferocity. Yet, fueled by the stories of brave hunters who had fallen to its claws, he ventured into the dense forests, steel in hand and resolve in heart. The nights were long and filled with the roars of the beast, each echo igniting a fire in his chest, and when he finally faced it, it was not just a monster he fought. It was the fear that threatened to consume him whole. He recalled the town square, where villagers gathered, their eyes wide with terror. They were counting on him, placing their hopes and dreams in the hands of a man who had grown up on these tales. He could hear the murmurs, the gasps, and feel their desperation clinging to him like a heavy cloak. A flicker of doubt brushed through his mind. What if he failed? But at that moment, as the beast lunged at him, he remembered the faces of those he loved and the families who depended on him. With a swift strike, he plunged his dagger deep into its heart, and the creature let out a wail that echoed through the hills, shaking the very ground beneath him. Yet even in victory he felt the weight of an empty triumph. He had saved the village, but at what cost? As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, he realized that each monster he faced left a mark upon his soul. The tales would live on, but so would the scars of his journey. His path led him to the mist-covered moors of Scotland, where legends of the Loch Ness Monster stirred the hearts of adventurers and skeptics alike. He stood at the water's edge, peering into the depths, wondering if the creature was real or merely a figment of human imagination. The stories spoke of a massive beast, lurking just beneath the surface, but what frightened him more was the notion that perhaps it was not a monster at all, but a reflection of humanity's own fears, an embodiment of what lurked within the darkness of every heart. Nights spent camped near the loch were filled with silence, save for the gentle lapping of water against the shore. Each ripple felt like a heartbeat, pulsing with the legends of old. In those moments he would close his eyes and listen to the wind as it spoke to him, carrying the wisdom of countless generations who had feared and revered the unknown. He was more than a hunter. He was a keeper of stories, a bridge between the past and the present, walking the thin line between reality and myth. And as he turned away from the loch, the cool breeze whispered secrets of new adventures yet to come. The road ahead was treacherous, filled with shadows and uncertainties, but the fire in his heart burned bright. With each step, he moved closer to uncovering the legends that had shaped his destiny, knowing that with every monster he faced, he would unlock another piece of the puzzle that was his life, a life entwined deeply with the very fabric of the monstrous and the mythical. Beneath the starlit sky, one question hung heavy in the air. Who was the true monster?